They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning. For your tomorrow we gave our today. Lest we forget, we will remember them. Hello everyone, it is Remembrance Sunday and it is time here on Simsport Racing to get a new format underway. GT3 Driver Swap over 4 rounds. Alex Goldschmidt and Steve Proudley back with you once again. Good evening, Steve. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, good evening, Alex, and I'm very well, thank you very much, buddy, and looking forward to this driver swap event this evening. We've got a good varied grid for Suzuka, and it's going to be an interesting race over 2.5 hours once qualifying's out of the way.
So, as you can see on your screens, the calendar is as thus. Suzuka this evening, Spa-Francorchamps in a couple of weeks' time. Then it's Mount Panorama, the mountain, on the 6th of December. And then we have our final round at Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. So, the format, Steve, it's quite straightforward. Drivers have had a 30-minute practice session, and very shortly, in about a couple of minutes' time, they're going to go for a 20-minute quali session, which will then be taken forward to the race. 2.5 hours. It is 3 mandatory pit stops. Tyres must be changed on every single stop, and obviously it's dependent on the strategy of the drivers. But then also we can't forget about the maximum driver time allocation per driver.
Absolutely not. No, I mean they've got to do the 3 mandatory pit stops, but they can only drive a maximum of 80 minutes per driver. So obviously that restricts them in the respect that not one driver can do the majority of the driving. It's pretty much got to be split evenly between them. Now some of them may choose to swap at each and every pit stop. Others may choose to do it slightly differently and just double stint and just stretch the driving stints out a little bit.
Well, it looks like we've got a few people on our official YouTube chats. Good evening, Kieran Dargo. Mark Brandenbury says, good luck, boys and girls. Kieran's even asking about the weather. We'll get to that one in just a moment's time, I think. And Gene Pinchbeck says, lovely tribute, boys. Good luck, Pinchy. And that is Chris Pinchbeck as well. Looks like we have 29 cars. That's 58 drivers set to go into battle. But Tim Fulbrook says, not racing with the 86 HF Impala, which is not meant to be the Porsche 991, but he's wishing teammate Angus Martin the very, very best of luck. Angus is running in the Dan Busters Motorsport 617 alongside Steve Paspont in the AMR Vantage V8 GT3. And this is quite a new sort of side of things for us, isn't it, Steve? Because obviously the 12 hours Mind charity event of the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit back in early October. This obviously is very much a testament for a lot of the drivers that didn't maybe have the opportunity to race in that charity event, but it could also bring a new dimension for us here at Simsport Racing, the place to race, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another dimension, as you say, that the Sim ACC does offer us. We have had some fun races in the past, and the charity event. Some of the guys didn't get to race in that, and also the JB event that we did. Again, some of the guys didn't get to race in that. So we thought, well, let's run a short league as a bit of a fill-in to, dare I say it, Christmas, and just to give everybody a chance to get to know what to do, because when we have run some of the fun events, it became quite apparent that some of the guys were not familiar with the format of doing the driver swaps and things like that. Because to be honest, when you're coming into the pits to do the driver swap action, it is very much different to just a solo event where you come in, you do your pit stop and you're sorted. There's other actions you've got to do with selecting the driver and agreeing to swap and then actually handing over. And then the guy comes out and he's actually fresh in the car, so he's out lap, he's straight into a race. There's no warm-up time. It is a different discipline altogether, and it can catch some of the guys out. We might see a few mistakes in the pit stops, we may not, But on the side of having some inexperienced drivers on the grid, looking at the lineup, which I'm sure we're going to come to very soon, but we have got some absolutely fantastic races on the grid for everybody to watch this evening. Some very experienced and some proven, shall we say, some with some good track record of races under the belt.
Yeah, some of which were with us back at the 12 hours of the Nürburgring Grand Prix. One of which I've just noticed, Coach Dave Academy makes their return to Simsport Racing with Joe McCauley and James Parker, as we now head to the 20-minute qualification session. And this, I think, might answer the weather, as Kieran Vidago did question a bit earlier on. And got Harry Spears in the 185. It's Team Fordzilla & Co. And he is partnered with Jordan Burrows, a regular in Simsport Racing GT3 action. And you can see that the temperature at the moment is 21 degrees Celsius air, 27 degrees track temperature.
Yeah, just to come in there, Alex, as well, obviously you're looking at the temperatures in the top right of the screen. Just next to it is the wind direction and the wind strength. Now, on a track like this, when you're coming through, sort of, not so much spoon curve, but you're going through the 180, R, it's... the 130R, it's it can catch you. It can lift the back end of the car if it's in the wrong direction. And that corner, it's touch and go as to whether you can actually absolutely hold it flat, depending on your setup. Some cars will hold it flat easier than others, and if you're one of those that's on the borderline with a little bit looser setup, that wind direction changing can alter the stability of the car quite a lot on a track like this.
Yeah, definitely. And in the words of Chris Buxton, a wild Jaguar appears, the only Jaguar in the field, and that is being piloted by Marion Samol and the number 37 XKRS GT3 from the Exodus Racing Esports crew. Kieran Vidago says, so maybe those Porsches will be taking 130R flat tonight. Well, if anyone has to have the bravado to do an Alonso on Schumacher back in 2006, it could happen, but it does depend on the weather. If it's dry, I think everyone will have an opportunity, but they're going to be running through that corner, Steve, as we're going to see Marion Samol now take the corner, and that is fully committed. We have seen previously, once Suzuka has been sort of championed, that it's not easy to get through 130R and then obviously going through the Casio Triangle, the famous crash point of when Senna and Prost came together back in Formula One. This is a track that is steeped in relevant tradition, isn't it?
Absolutely, there's so much history around here. I mean, we've had some torrentially wet races around here that we've seen in Formula One, because we know when the heavens do open here, they can really have significant changes to the track conditions with torrential tropical rain, as it were. But yeah, I mean, just going back to the quicker cars and Kieran's comment about the Porsche, the Porsche received a BOP, a balance of performance a while ago, and it has made the car a little bit slower around here. The favourites tonight, when we were watching practice, have got to be the Mercedes, and the BMW was up there as well, but the Mercs were topping the timing sheets, as they are at the moment, and they're Spears in the 59s already, a full second clear of the nearest car 2, which is Haley in the Porsche. So yeah, the Mercedes are the cars to watch around here, Kieran, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Steve Haley running in the Simply Race entry alongside Aaron Walker, who has wished everyone going to be, how difficult it's going to be. But it's good to see quite a few NSXs on the grid this time. And we got Mark Neutelings, who is partnered by Adam Isalovic. They're running in the number 111 Honda NSX GT3, and they have put it P4 at the moment, and it's normally, if memory serves me correctly, Steve, for this format, I think it's it's driver one that actually gets put into the hot seat for qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally, the drivers sign up in driver order 1 or 2, and driver 1 should be the guy that enters the server first, does the qualifying, and also starts the race. So yeah, no pressure driver 1, but you're doing everything in the first 30 minutes. You're qualifying and you're starting the race. But these guys are all used to it. They've all raced lots of solo races, and quite a few of them, as I said earlier, have done a few driver swap races. So there'll just be a few of them getting used to it tonight, as we were watching Cody Pride at the moment, trying to put a good lap in the Ferrari. Another consistent car. I mean, the Ferrari is a very it's a good workhorse to get consistency out of and do some consistent laps, and that's what these 2.5 hour races, that's what it's all about. You need consistency, but it's not about hot lapping tonight. It's about keeping it on the black stuff in the right direction and just keep those lap times, as close together as you can.
I think it's something that we could very much take from the way that Season 3 GT3 actually panned out at the end of it all, and especially with the 2-hour race, considering the fact that Paul Ricard was a very interesting season finale, where it was in some respects a new experience for me, because it was a case that I was watching by the sidelines, was on my European commentary travels, which have come to a definitive conclusion as of late last month, but it's good to be back here as the voice of Simsport on simsport-racing.com. Glenn Guest in the number 53 Pulse Simsport B. Mercedes absolutely committed and then some around the circuit here at Suzuka.
Another person that's committed to getting some airtime tonight, Alex, is Mr. Pinchbeck. He's just gone into chat and said, "Good luck, everyone. Mr. Proudley, get me and Regan some camera time." So, Pinchy, it's down to your performance, buddy. You need to be up there and pushing as hard as you can, as I know you'll be trying to do. And you've got a good teammate in Regan. It's probably you're batting a little bit outside your normal wicket there, Pinchy. He's probably a bit better than you, but I know you'll do your best, mate.
Yeah, as long as they don't hit the middle stump or get LBW, they're fine. Using a cricket analogy there. Thank you very much, Mr. Proudley, for bringing that one in this evening.
Well, we're here for a while tonight. We've got, like you say, we've got another 12 minutes, 30 seconds of qualifying. Then there'll be a short break between the race, between qualifying and race, and then the race is 2.5 hours. So we've got plenty of time to get the analogies in. We've got lots to watch this evening, and I think we're going to have some fantastic racing. And as the viewers will already be seeing, obviously there's some really regular names in there. There's some names from the charity race, from the JB race. I mean, we've got John Munro. I'm really excited to see John Munro back in the Bentley again. We know in the charity race, when it rained, John could really make that Bentley go. So maybe we get some race later on, and some rain later on, and we are just laughing because I've just seen Mr. Pinchbeck's reply.
The thing is, Chris, you got your wish because Regan's behind the wheel and it got some airtime. And speaking of the Boatley, as he's proudly called it, John Munro from Simply Race Sancho Simsport, teamed by fellow Scot Ross McGregor. And I've commentated on the pair of them through multiple different competitions, especially the Team Brit Summer Series that took place earlier on this year. And both of them were very, very quick in Bentley, amongst others. That do race on this platform. Josh Martin, he's been running a lot in the Bentley, along with doing the Ferrari Hublot Esports Challenge quite recently as well. So it's a lot, there's a lot of fast pedalers, and we always seem to say that in both GT3 and GT4. GT4 Season 3 Round 2 will be this coming Wednesday evening, starting at 8 p.m. UK time. But we're now going to see how quick the Bentley is. Coming through into 130R. So Munro behind the wheel, we go on board, and this is where you're going to see how hard he's really pushing, and he didn't really live from that, did he, Steve?
Absolutely. I was just going to say, let's see if he's flat, and he was very much flat through there, and he's just braking hard now into the chicane, ready for the drag to the start-finish line, and just to clip that timer over and see where it puts him, currently in 13th place. But I know John is a driver that will look to achieve higher than that, and probably will do so.
Yeah, Aaron on YouTube is asking how many teams are participating. We have a total of 29 teams, and that is a total of 58 drivers. And here is Stephen Haley in the number 24 Porsche.
Yeah, I think just to fill everyone in, I think we've got approximately 35 signed up, but not everybody could make this evening. It is a fun championship, so some teams will drop in and drop out as the season progresses over the 4 rounds. We may get everybody on the server for one of the races, so we're able to have around about 35 teams, so 70 drivers, which will be phenomenal if we can get everybody on one night.
Yeah, Steve Haley going very sideways in the Porsche, but Steve, what I've just been looking at the times, Harry Spears, a 1 minute 58.932 for the 185, and then it is a top 4 Mercedes lockout. And in second position is William Hendrickson from Griffax Engineering in the 81 Merc, and then it is Dean Riley in the Team Vodafone 101, and it was briefly before Joe McCauley from Coach Dave Academy goes up into third place in the sole BMW in this field. And that's a pretty quick time there. And Charlie Crossland from Team Fordzilla rounds out the top 5, all covered by just over 3/4 of a second. And then we look to where John Munro is. He's 1.8 seconds off the pace in the Bentley.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Bentley probably doesn't lend itself well to the qualifying. I mean, John Munro is and he'll be consistent. They'll get the laps in, and you know, they'll do pretty well. Good to see some of the Simsport regulars up there. We've got Crossland in there. We've got Dean Riley, obviously a regular, in 4th. Crossland 5th. You know, we've got Regan Mitchell in 7th. Steve Haley in 8th in that Porsche. You know, so the regulars are doing okay, and then we've got some of the other guys that are just joining us for this event, putting in some stonking times. We've won them in the 58s already. That's an awesome time.
So just 8.25 minutes to go in this qualifying session with Tim Weller in the 120. So Tim Weller in the 120, and good evening, Yannick Müller on the YouTube chat. There's Will Hendrickson in the number 81 Mercedes, currently running out the top 2 positions. And Cody Pride of the number 33 Ferrari has put the car, the leading prancing horse in this field, up to 6th ahead of Regan Mitchell, Steve Haley. And then we've got Matt Kennedy in the number 626 Total Performance Racing Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. Mark Neutlings rounding out the top 19 positions ahead of Ranjiv Kalsi. And this is where it's going to get really interesting, because now, Steve, the top 11 are covered by just over 1.9 seconds. We've had 24 registered lap times in this session so far, and it is going to be rather interesting over the next 7 minutes who is really going to put the feelers out and really put in a storming lap time in the latter stages.
Yeah, well, the track's up to optimum grip now, so it'll be almost as good as it's going to get. Track temperature of 27 degrees is a little bit cooler than the guys are used to racing on, so the grip levels won't be as good as maybe they could be on certain a higher temperature. But like I say, that first place with a 58 was an awesome time that we can see there. Under these conditions, I didn't expect to see a car in the 58s, to be honest, with the track temper as low as that. But yeah, really great job.
So still all to play for. Pride and Haley have pitted. So has Ranjiv Kalsi. And then we've got Degala a little bit further down the field. Looks like Dean Riley has got it up to 4th position ahead of Charlie Crossland. And with one from Munich being effectively the Munich meet in a Stuttgart sandwich, and that is looks to be a double stacker there, because you've got 2 on one side, 2 on the other, and it's not been that easy. But there's Gerard de Bar in the number 119. That is the Simsport Racing entry, and he's got alongside him Jeffrey Wolf, both really trying their best. They're both regulars. They're racing in our GT4 series, as well as Jeffrey being the guy normally behind the car, the brightly liveried car guy Ferrari in GT3. So looking forward to seeing how they do improve as the session proceeds itself. Just over 5 minutes to go, Steve, and it's quite. You were right in what you said about the fact that the Mercedes are really looking strong around this circuit here at Suzuka.
Yeah, definitely. Like we said, in the practice, it sort of was telling its own tale that the Mercs were up there. I think there was a stray BMW in there as well. And then you had to sort of look down sort of 6th, 7th place onwards to start picking up the Ferraris and the Porsches, but that was just in the practice before qualifying, so it was only a snapshot of a 30-minute practice session. It's not reflective of the times the guys have been putting in on the servers all week, because there's been a lot of practice as ever for these events, and you know, the guys have really stuck some laps in. And just to note that the drivers that are qualifying this evening, when we come to the next round, the teams may choose to swap around, and the other guy, driver 2, may swap to driver one position, and you may find the other drivers having a go at qualifying and starting the race. Because as I say, it's a fun championship. That's what it's all about. As much as it's for us to test server settings and to see how things go, it's for the drivers to get used to it and to change things up and try things out as well.
So just over 4 minutes remaining in the session. Jack Roderick going a little bit tail happy in the Aston Martin there on the approach. That would be towards 130 on. That would actually be through Spoon Curve. So they basically go through the back stretch, as there is Harry Spears in the 185, still the fastest out there. But Hendrickson in the 81 is second quickest at the moment. Macaulay, Riley, Crossland, Pride, Mitchell, Kennedy, Haley and Monroe. They are all within, I think that is probably the best part of just under 1.7 seconds. We'll make that 1.5 seconds between first to 10th. And then you've got the top 12 up just under 2 seconds apart.
Yeah, and it's a big old lap round here. It's 2 minute lap. It's a big lap, and to be 1 to 2 seconds apart on the whole field. Down to sort of around about 13th place, 14th place. It's not a bad split really, and yes, the guys want to qualify well. They will be trying as hard as they can, but with 3 mandatory pit stops, driver swaps, and 2.5 hours of racing, it is not all over after qualifying. There's a long way to go, and positions will be made up, and the race could be won from further down the field from if someone has a bad qualifying session. So it's not all over after qualifying. It's not as important as a sprint race, although having said that, like I said, the drivers will be trying as hard as they can because they do want to give themselves the best advantage they can off the start.
So the top 3 covered by just over 0.3 of a second, with just over 2 minutes and 20 to go. Matthew Kennedy in the Total Performance Racing 626 Nissan makes his way through 130R, then into the infamous Casio Triangle. So good to see a great diversity, I would say here, Steve, on the liveries front.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I noticed somebody was asking in the chat earlier, to be honest, and I'm sorry for not answering sooner, where the livery is from. We made the decision with this championship that only in-game custom liveries or the in-game liveries could be picked, so there's no actual custom liveries from outside of the game, as it were. It causes too many issues just for a short championship like this. So everything is created within ACC, so anything you're seeing on the track tonight, you can go away if you've got ACC and do it yourself as well, and run the same liveries as these guys are.
Yeah, so it's been rather interesting so far. Now that looks to be the 24 Simply Race Porsche that just went off the circuit with Steve Haley behind the wheel. But time is fast running out. And here is Dean Allen, the number 21 Audi. And that is the PSR 119 outfit. And Dean being partnered by Darrell Upton. 60 seconds on the clock remaining.
Yeah, that's a good partnership. Expecting good things from those guys because they've got a proven track record on ACC and a couple of pretty quick drivers. So yeah, expect to see them battling hard during the race and making up some positions.
So Spears has been on an absolute flyer in this session, Steve. He's put in a 1:58.530. That is incredibly quick. And Hendrickson has put it into second position. So it is, it looks to be a top 3 Mercedes lockout. Now is that rain ice spot falling on the circuit? It is. The wind has carried that across to the track. Oh, that's going to make the next 2.5 hours interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, the server will tick over into the race, and on the server, qualifying is Saturday, race is Sunday, so it may well be that the race does start dry. Having said that, it may start wet. We'll have to wait and see. But it's 50-50, I would imagine, chance of rain or dry. But yeah, let's keep it interesting. Let's have some rain.
Yeah, indeed, as Steve Haley trying to wrestle the back end of the 991 GT3R. He crosses the line. Does he improve from 10th position? We're about to find out. He doesn't. Oh, so still keeps him in 10th. Ranjiv Kalsi, the number 71 Ferrari, tippy-toeing around the circuit. I mean, that really, with that sudden deluge of this rainfall here, it really has sort of ended the session. But it is the 185 entry of Team Fordzilla & Co. of Harry Spears and John Burrows that take pole position. That is ahead of the 81 of Griphax Engineering's William Hendrickson and Ivan Shementinsky. So really, really good pace from the Mercedes, and with Charlie Crossan locking out the top three there. That just shows the power and pure pace that Mercedes have. But as we know, Steve, to finish first you must finish.
First you must finish, and if the rain comes, that will level things. That will, even things out an awful lot. It will take away some of the pace of those faster boys, and it will bring on the likes of, say, maybe Stephen Haley, who was struggling a little bit in the Porsche there. He qualified in 10th, but in the rain it could level the playing field a little bit for him.
Yeah, and we will have to wait and see what happens over 2.5 hours of racing. And in many respects, things are looking interesting here at the track, actually also known as Matsusaka, Suzuka here in Japan, in the Mie Prefecture, and home of the Japanese Grand Prix. Well, what Kieran Vidago has just asked this question, Steve. Has Ranj been doing his rain dance again? Well, if he's been banging on the drums and dancing away like a gun behind the wheel, that could be the same sort of thing, really, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've just got this free practice session before the race now. This is just to help with the server ticking over some issues that I won't go into, but there's issues in the background, so we have to have a practice session between quali and race. So this is officially Sunday morning race day, and it is raining, so it's looking like it could be a wet race start.
Right, Lim Doyen actually asks a question, why are these in red? What does it mean? Well, for those wondering, as per Assetto Corsa Competizione, the white labels are pro, the grey labels are silver, and the red labels are AM when it comes to race numbers. So I hope that does answer your question on that. It's the same with any sort of esports competition that uses Assetto Corsa Competizione. So, I think at the end of the day, Steve, it could be rather interesting over 2.5 hours. We don't know what the weather's going to bring. It's going to be 3 mandatory pit stops, and we just need to wait to see if everyone gets through the first lap okay, despite whatever weather conditions might be thrown in their general direction. And it could, as you said, Suzuka does provide that unpredictability factor, especially with the weather, depending on the time of year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not going to change too much, I wouldn't think, strategy-wise, because they've got to do 3 mandatory pit stops anyway. It'll just be a case of taking it steady, trying not to make the mistakes as you do anyway, but obviously it's just a little bit trickier during the race in the rain. Trying not to pick up any damage that's going to affect the lap times, and it will be just the drivers that can find the grip the fastest, because that's the biggest thing. When you start a race in the rain and you've just done like a qualifying session in the dry, it's then tiptoeing out and just trying to find that grip. Now, as we saw, we've got a short practice session which will help the drivers, and hopefully the drivers will take advantage of that. As we are seeing now, it is torrential, the track is absolutely soaked, so this will help them though, because this will, as we see, just running wide, and Kelsey just going beyond the grip levels there and having to take a bit wider corner, but it will help them find the levels, because that's what it's all about. When you get the green light to go, it's being able to push that braking point in the first corner and find those limits and find that traction without actually running off, because a mistake on the first lap, as we know, you can drop to the back of the field as quick as a flash, and it can cost you a lot of positions. This will do them good. The lads will be pushing now, and they'll be trying to find those grip levels and get their muscle memory used to reacting to these slippery conditions now.
And on your screen, just going through the hairpin before the right-hander at 200R, is the number 36 Porsche of Phantom Sim Racing with Niall Schleter behind the wheel. And yeah, the temperatures have dropped, and you can just see how hard. Look, that's probably gone into a drift. He's managed to catch it, but it's the back end stepped out, and he's done a 360 going into Spoon Curve, but nicely caught there by Niall Schleter.
You could see that coming, couldn't you, Alex? He was just stepping out, and he kept correcting, but he was still trying to get that right foot in, modulate the throttle a bit, but it just, once the back end broke, then it just went. As we're now looking back from Roderick's car, just following in that rooster tail of spray is not going to be easy for seeing the braking points. And again, it's the Ferrari behind is doing the right thing because he's getting used to it, because that's what he's going to be seeing in the race. And if you can get your mind used to these conditions, it will get you up to race pace a lot faster once the green lights go.
Yeah, that's Ranjiv Kelsey behind, if I'm very much mistaken, judging by that livery, and that is the case. In the number 71, that is the Midlands Triple R entry. So Ranjiv partnered with Reese Wiggin.
I was just going to say, but look at that visibility. I mean, he's forced his way through there. I think he was pushing, and Ranji's showing that he is a bit of a rainmaster, and he can find the grip in these conditions. As we just see the Simply Race Porsche now looking a little bit loose, but still pushing in the right direction. But yeah, that's Steve Haley driving it still at the moment, and that is going to be a handful. The Porsche will be a handful, as we can just see the back end trying to step out all the time there, and Steve having to not only correct it on the steering, but he'll be like I say, modulating the throttle and just trying to keep it going in the right direction.
Yeah, I think, and especially trying to find the grip on different racing lines in these torrential wet weather conditions. And it's just, I mean, one of the biggest things, the Porsche is going to be, I feel, at a little bit of a disadvantage, because in these wet weather conditions, okay, the cars are they're front wheel steer, rear wheel drive, but the Porsche has got all the weight of that engine and the gearbox on the back axle, whereas something like the Mercedes, which has a 6.2 litre V8 up front, will have a bit more of an advantage, and that will help with regards to weight balance of the vehicle. But then you look at it from another perspective, that the cars that are front engined could also have a disadvantage, and then you've got cars like the Nissan NSX that are mid-engined, and the Ferraris, they're mid-engined as well. So we've got every single kind of rear-wheel drive GT3 powertrain permutation in terms of layout in this grid.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got lots of different permutations of drivers as well, to how they'll react to these conditions. As we've said, we've got some drivers that'll really accept the conditions and drive them really well, and some of the drivers, like, joking apart, Ranjiv Kelsey, he's a good midfield runner in the dry, and he's a high-end sort of to midfield runner in the wet. He just seems to adapt to it really well. But let's not forget, these are not teams of one driver. There are two drivers in the team. So everything that one driver can make up in one session, the next driver may come in and lose that time. It's going to be a real race of attrition and concentration. And as we've said before, in these wet conditions, that's another thing we've got to think about. The concentration levels are even higher than normal. It's natural, and that's what happens, and it's more tiring.
So air temperature here at Suzuka on the server, 18 degrees Celsius, 19 degrees Celsius track temperature, and an absolute deluge of rainfall. That does not look like that is going to go away in a hurry, because we've got 2 minutes of the session still to go. But like you say, this is about putting the feelers out. This is about testing the cars and trying to push the limits of adhesion. I mean, Evan Natafas, who's partnered with Denise Pope in the 79 HTRC Wild Things Lexus, now comes through.
Yeah, the Lexus is a bit. It has a reputation, shall we say, within the ACC community of being a bit of a good car in the rain. So no pressure to the Lexus team, but let's see if that has any standing this evening, and see how high up the order they do get. I mean, they've just gone 5th in practice. I mean, the lap times are probably around about 15 seconds down on what they were in the dry, as we see in Hendrickson running very, very wide there, managing to keep it all together and in the right direction, get back on the track. But yeah, that was massively wide.
Yeah, it looks like Charlie Crossland is actually leading the way on a 2-minute 14, and it was a 1:58.5 from Harry Spears in qualification. So by my reckoning, that is nearly 20 seconds differential between qualifying and free practice. This free practice session, which is about to come into a conclusion in just under 45 seconds. But it's proved to be quite useful for, I think, a lot of the teams, because we could start under the dry and go to wet, and then that's going to bring in a deluge of pit stops. The drivers, the teams will then have to change their strategies. Will they decide to do a driver swap? I mean, anything's possible. Any permutation can be literally thought of. And I don't know what to expect this evening, Steve. I mean, I've been really looking forward to this format.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the other thing that, you know, I mean, if we get a wet race and it's wet from lights out to checkered flag, it is what it is. If we get half an hour or an hour into this race and it stops raining and then the track starts to dry up, it will be the decision then of when do you go to slicks, at what point are the wets overheating, where's the switch over lap time, as it were, to go onto the slicks and start to push on the slicks, and how does it fit with the pit strategies that you're running? Are you going to have to pit earlier, later, run with more fuel in one stint than another than you maybe had planned? Who knows? As a commentator and as a viewer, we want it to start wet and we maybe want it to get dry halfway through. You know, we want all that in there, and then maybe for the last half hour it rains again. You know, let's have some excitement.
I'm kind of hoping for a 2011 Canadian Grand Prix style situation, and who's going to do the Jensen Button trick on everybody else. That remains to be seen, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, well, if the pit stops get out of sync, which, you know, in these races where there's a lot of pit stops, it can be quite hard to keep track of who's doing what, and sometimes they get out of position within the field, as it were, because they've maybe made an extra stop to the guys up ahead, and you never really truly know how the positions lie until everyone's done their pit stops. So yeah, it could throw up some real dramas, some real strategy changes. Let's see. Let's hope. Like I say, not wishing the drivers bad luck, but I'm hoping for some rain and some dry weather in this race if possible.
Well, we are waiting for the green flag. 2.5 hours, 150 minutes set on the timer, and Suzuka, a track that has been around for a very, very long time. It is one that we all do love. We all do want to see some fantastic racing at, and here it is. So this is where it really, really does mean we're going to have an interesting race, and with 29 cars of GT3 machinery. And let's just look at this in a perspective. Let's just say on average there is approximately, let's say, 520 horsepower per car. We have over 15,000 horsepower on this grid ready to go racing at Suzuka for the opening round of the GT3 Driver Swap Series here on Simsport Racing. To get involved, head to simsport-racing.com and you can get involved. We are on Twitter, we are on Instagram. You can also head to our website and you'll find our Discord channel there. Please feel free to get involved. We've got, I think, around about 600 plus in the community now, and it's further expanding. And it looks like, Steve, at the moment, we do have dry weather. The track is actually declared wet, according to the server. So this is where it's going to get interesting. And already, one of the Ferraris towards the back of the field, that is the number 488, I believe. And that is the Blue Flag Racing entry of Martin Togala and Sebastian Totolonera. So the teams will have decided on their strategies, wouldn't they? Will they have gone on slicks? Will they have gone on wets?
Well, this is what I said, isn't it? And I've got my wish, because it is a wet track. There were a couple of spots of rain as we move down the grid from the start, although there's not a lot. So, and the forecast, again, if you look to the top right where it says wet track, just look to the left of that. That's the forecast for the next 30 minutes. So it is going to stop raining literally now. And it is going to get drier. Now, like you say, strategy-wise, will it be starting on wets or slicks? I don't know. I would imagine they'll be starting on wets, but it just depends how quickly they come in for that first pit stop, depending how fast the track dries. With a track temperature of 26 degrees and this many cars going round the track, there will be a dry line develops fairly quickly, I would imagine. And with them having 3 mandatory pit stops, it won't matter if they have to pit after 20 minutes to swap to slicks if it's dried up. So yeah, it's a real open one, and they'll be scratching their heads trying to decide at this moment.
I'm wondering if the Hondas might have a bit of an advantage, because obviously the owner of this circuit is Honda Motor Company Limited. The track was initially first opened in 1962 and the architect was John Hugenholtz. It's hosted likes of Super GT, the Drift 1 Grand Prix, Super Taiko, which is the sort of equivalent of British GT in Japan. They've also held the World Touring Car Racing Cup, the Japanese Grand Prix, the Suzuka 8 and 10 hours. And I've got to agree with Kieran Vidago here that the pressures could be all over the place in the first stint, because obviously if they've gone to wets, are they going to have the tyres slightly deflated to help with traction, or are they going to go on slicks and sort of ramp up the pressures and have a little bit less contact package to work with? That's another bit of the strategy call here, Steve. Yeah,
well, the wet tyres, if the track's not wet enough, they'll run hotter anyway. It'll be more about the temperatures, to be honest. The pressures, as Kieran's right, yeah, they will be all over the place. But if you stay on the wets too long, you'll cook them and you lose traction anyway. If you go to the slicks too soon, obviously you don't have enough grip, but the tyres never get warm either. They'll stay cold. Absolutely everything is a compromise at this moment in time. And the horrible part of it is because it's only just stopped raining, these guys will be making their decisions, as we say, sat on the grid there, and they won't know if they've made the right decision until they set off for the warm-up lap. And at that point, we'll see how much spray is coming off the cars as well, so we'll be able to gauge how wet the track is. But more importantly, they'll gauge how wet it is, and that's when they'll be like, oh yeah, we've made the right call, or bloody hell, we've done the wrong thing here. and they'll know that they're going to just be staying out for half a dozen laps, if that, before they're coming in to change tyres, maybe even sooner. We've seen some people literally do the first lap and come straight into the pits, and sometimes in a race like this, 2.5 hours, that's the best thing to do. Don't stay out on the wrong tyres too long.
Yeah. 5.807 kilometres, 3.609 miles, 18 corners around here at Suzuka, which is actually officially known as the Suzuka International Racing Course. But I think that's from the literal translation from Japanese, and it's based in Ino in Suzuka City, Mie Prefecture. And it's also got that famous Ferris wheel, hasn't it, Steve?
It has.
It's got that. It's also got the bit when you go through the two Degners up towards the hairpin, you actually go underneath the approach onto 130R. So it's definitely a true figure of 8 track, and that's quite a fearsome circuit in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the graphics within ACC, when you're racing at night around here, that Ferris wheel looks absolutely amazing, and the lighting effects on the track and everything like that. ACC really comes to life at night with the lighting, from the buildings and things like the Ferris wheel. It does look awesome. It's a fantastic sim to work with. But yeah, the guys, I'm wondering now if they've all decided what they're doing and they're all ready to go, and they're hopefully not arguing between themselves of what they're going to do, and getting the right tyres on, getting, more importantly, again, like Kieran said, getting the right pressures in there to start with, because I wonder how many of them were adjusting the tyre pressures, shall we say, in practice for the wets. But let's not forget, in practice, the track temp was down at 19 degrees. We've just seen here it's at 27, so that's a big old chunk hotter.
Yeah. That's going to be really, really interesting, and we are still waiting at the moment until we get the word that we will be going on to the formation lap ahead of 2.5 hours. I think at the end of the day, we both know that anything is possible. But also the fact is that what is next for Simsport Racing? What is on our calendar? Well, we do have the ACC GT4 Season 3 Round 2 taking place at this very circuit. So it is effectively a GT3, GT4 double bill. So we've got it for 2.5 hours tonight, and we'll have our top 15 reverse grid 45-minute GT2 race. GT4 race, sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. You can tell it's a Sunday and it's been a long day. But that's going to be rather interesting as well. But Steve, just from your perspective, having raced around this circuit yourself, where would you say are the biggest overtaking opportunities, and where you can really, really lose time as well?
Where you can lose time anywhere, to be honest. I mean, the difficult ones, the braking zone into turn 1, turn 2 sort of thing, the first couple of corners there, that's a good one to, if you can get down the inside there and hold a tight line, you can overtake someone there. If you get a good exit, before that, if you into the braking zone, into the hairpin, that's an opportunity. A good exit out of the spoon curve to get alongside someone on the back stretch, although that is risky because you don't want to be going too wide into the 130R. But if you can get up close and personal with someone through the 130R, you've potentially got the braking zone into the triangle, into the chicane there. There are a few overtaking opportunities, but you've got to be committed and you've got to be sure you're going to do it. Now, if you're just on your own, to maintain those lap times, you've got to be so precise, because as I was just talking about that final chicane before you come through the last curve there, if you get that braking wrong into that chicane, not only does it compromise you into the chicane and out of the chicane, that also compromises you onto the start-finish straight, and that's a whole chunk of track to get wrong if you're losing time down there. So before your lap's even a third of the way in at the end of that first straight, you could have lost possibly even nearly half a second, just because of braking badly into that last chicane. So yeah, it's like most tracks, there are a lot of areas you can lose time, but I think there's a lot of overtaking opportunities if you can take advantage of mistakes from your opponents here. There's plenty of room, there's some good straights to get past, there's a couple of good slipstreaming opportunities, and there's a couple of good braking zones for the brave at heart.
I think especially, like say, going into the hairpin, spoon curve is another one. Because over the years, in multiple different categories, those seem to be like really, really good overtaking opportunities. Obviously, the iconic moment between Alonso and Schumacher in 2006, the 130R, and it is raining, ladies and gentlemen, because now we get underway with our formation lap here at Suzuka for round one of the 4-round Simsport Racing ACC GT3 Driver Swap.
Yeah, I think the guys had a little bit of an issue with the server, so they've had to restart it, as it were, with the correct grid positions, and that's why we're getting a different weather forecast. I think it's important to point that out to people, but that's made it a little bit easier for the drivers. As you can see, it is just rain, and more rain at the moment, so that's taken a little bit of the wind out of my sails, because I was looking forward to that strategy battle there. But I'm sure we'll get some good racing now, as the guys are going to go around, and as we say, they're just going to try and get some heat into the brakes and the tyres as they go around here, ready for the green lights.
So it is going to be an interesting 2.5 hours for the opening round of the Simsport Racing ACC GT3 Driver Swap season. 4 rounds. And Kieran Vidago says, it's racing a decent amount. Yeah, you want to try and telling all 29 teams this at this particular moment in time, Kieran. We need you in for round 2, mate, if you can find a teammate. You've got time to sign up for it, if there are any spots available.
Just to mention to people watching, the sign-ups are still open. We are still accepting entries, albeit, like I said, we're looking for 35 cars and we want a maximum of 35 cars. But if you sign up, it may be that you put straight on the reserve list, and as some of these drivers have already indicated, they can't make every round, so if we can get you in, we'll get you in. It is a fun championship, so we just want everyone to enjoy it and have fun. But what they're not going to enjoy, Alex, is that run down to the first corner, especially not if you're 3 or 4 rows back and go into the back, as it were, because can you imagine what the visibility is going to be like on that opening run?
Rooster tails from the rear wings, I fear, as we see on the bottom right-hand corner, Johan Pedersen in the number 37 Jaguar, the sole Jaguar in this field. And it is a top 3 lockout, so Spears will lead the field ahead of Hendrickson. Crossland rounds out the top 3 and will be joined by McCauley, Riley and Guest, that's row 3. Kennedy and Pride, row 4, with Mitchell and Haley rounding out the top 10, followed by John Monroe. Then you've also got the number 21 Audi of Dean Allen starting in that car. And this is where it gets rather interesting. 29 cars set to go into battle around this fantastic 3.609 mile circuit. And now, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, they are starting to put some more brake and tyre temperatures into the cars. And with the current temperatures, it's 19 degrees air temperature, 24 degrees track temperature, and with the wind blowing south, and that is a 4 kph wind, looks like the rain could be here to stay for quite a bit. But it is a wet track, and there will be an absolute plume of rooster tails coming from all 29 cars when they head down the main straightaway into what is known as first corner. The Japanese do like to say that. They go like first corner, last curve. That's very true of the John Hugenholtz designed circuit here at Suzuka. And we are waiting to get things underway. Everyone waiting with bated breaths, ready to see what happens. So it is Spears from Hendrickson. Mercedes lining up the front of the grid here for ACC GT3 Driver Swap Round 1 at Suzuka. They come round the last curve here at Suzuka. And once the rolling start has been initiated, it will then be pedal to the metal. When the lights go green, we wait patiently. The wipers going from side to side on the front windscreens. This is going to be an interesting run down to the first corner. Red lights on the starting gantry. Will we go to green? We do indeed. It is down onto the throttles they go. As Vidanovic down on the bottom right-hand corner, looking to try and make a move, as it looks like they are sweeping their way into the first corner. Hendrickson loses out to Spears, who got the run through as Charlie Crossland from Team Vordzilla, followed by McCauley and Riley, Guest, Kennedy, Pride, Mitchell and Haley, as they make their way through into the Snake Complex here at Suzuka. And it is very much being on their A-game and having their eyeballs out on stalks.
Absolutely, there was a little bit of contact further down the field. I'm not quite sure who it was, just saw a gentle nerf off to the side. I don't think there was too much damage picked up, but a couple of cars did run wide into that first corner and slightly out of control, but hopefully they get back on track and get back at it as the leaders moving away nicely. Looking at Pride at the moment, not quite sure. The standings are going all over the place at the minute.
Yeah, no, I think he's showing up on our official timing at around about 9th position at the moment. We'll make that 8th as he's got past Matt Kennedy in the 626 vehicle, and that is the Total Performance Racing Nissan, the only Nissan on this grid. Oh, we've had a turnaround, and that looks to be an Audi. Could be. That's Vidanovic.
It looked like
the Racing Team Serbia entry. So Vidanovic gets turned around. There's Charlie Crossland now being hustled by Joe McCauley from Coach Dave Academy. In the first 90 seconds of this race, now they're going to head their way down towards 130R in the wet. Full commitment. It is not going to be what you'll probably see normally. McCauley goes towards the outside to sweep towards the inside of Charlie Crossland. Crossland keeps on the racing line for the minute. They head through 130R. Very nice and neat and tidy from the two drivers there. Good spatial awareness as Kennedy runs wide, and that can allow Regan Mitchell in the 43 entry from Apex Racing to possibly make his way through very shortly, and he nearly has done through the Casio Triangle. Nice work by Regan Mitchell as a result of Kennedy's misfortune.
Yeah, absolutely pushing very hard on this first lap, and I'm sure everyone's sort of just finding that grip levels as we're seeing. Spears is just, he's stretching a bit of a gap at the moment. Hendrickson in second, struggling to hang on to him, but Crossland and McCauley are hammer and tong right behind him, and so he's going to have to be looking in his rearview mirrors, is Hendrickson, I'm pretty sure, because Crossland's going to want to maybe make an attack forward, because he's probably not going to enjoy that pressure from McCauley behind him.
Also keep an eye on Dean Riley in the 101 Team Vodafone Mercedes, actually just on the back bumper of the number 53 Pulse Simsport B Mercedes. And that has got Guest behind the wheel. That's Glenn Guest as Charlie Crossland closing up on William Hendrickson for second position. And it looks like Spears is trying to get away. Okay, let's have a look at the replay here. And that, I'm just trying to keep an eye. That was, just trying to have a look at who that was. That was one of the Ferraris. Oh, and that was the 128. And one of the that looks to be the Honda, I think possibly of Martin Neutlings that was unfortunately untowardly inundated as a result. And then Ranjiv Kalsi, I think, has been come a cropper thanks to the 128 entry. So it's all changing up and down the order, and that's what the wet weather brings here, Steve.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was the same car, I believe, wasn't it? Causing two incidents, because I think he caused the first incident and the second incident from where I was sitting. But you know, onwards and upwards, those guys have got a bit of work to do now. We've got 2 hours 26 minutes left, so you know it's not over. Just regroup, get on with it, sort of thing, and see where you end up, and just keep attacking. But yeah, Spears his leads come down to back to a second. It was out to 1.5 seconds. So, like I say, I think some of the drivers are going to start finding their speed. They're going to find the grip levels, the braking points, and you know the lap times will start to get closer together again, and the gaps might close up as we've seen. But Crossland's really pressuring Hendrickson now. He couldn't get much closer without trying to get down the inside of him, and he's going to be in the slipstream as McCauley is behind him for this start-finish straight now.
Yeah, so it looks to be rather busy at the sharp end of the field, because Joe McCauley is absolutely not letting Charlie Crossland breathe, whereas Crossland is trying to pressurise Hendrickson into a mistake to try and go for second position. So second, third and fourth, pretty closely matched. I think that's just over 0.7 of a second between the trio, but Harry Spears in the 185 has already got a lead of nearly a second and a half as we are nearly into the completion of the first 5 minutes of this race in the wet here at Suzuka. A big thank you to everyone joining us here on the official respective channels, so the Simsport Racing YouTube, Twitch channels, the Simsport Facebook group, also Let's Race on Facebook, the Virtual Reality Racing Club on Facebook, Twitch and YouTube, and Downforce Racing, along with the Simply Race Twitch and YouTube channels themselves. Don't forget, if you want to get involved with us here at Simsport Racing, be part of the community and start your ACC career with us, head to simsport-racing.com, the place to race. And Steve, this is getting really heated between Hendrickson and Crossland at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go to a replay now, I believe. It's not quite sure what we're looking at, but we'll find out very quickly.
Well, that is the Team Vodafone. Off and hits the barriers, and there was Cody Pride just behind. Matt Kennedy just goes and avoids, and that was the 101 Team Vodafone entry, and that was Dean Riley. So yeah, Riley having an absolute shocker there.
That was the curb at the 130R, I believe, just maybe took too much of it, unsettled the Merc, and around he went. Hopefully not picked up too much damage, but he survived to fight another day. Yeah, I was just going to say, these guys, look how close they're battling now. They really are. McCauley's looking to get up the inside at 130R, and he's done it. He's managed to get that job done, but can he keep it tucked in, or is Crossland going to get the chance to come at him under the brakes as they go into the chicane? I'm not sure he's close enough, and no, he's not. McCauley's got that covered, and he's going to take that position. Job done.
Okay, let's have a look at another replay. Now, this is a McLaren and Lexus affair all, and that is the 119 of Simpro Sport being turned around by one of the Lexuses. I'm not too sure who that might have been. So that was a real shame for the 119. They have dropped outside of the top 20. And here is another replay. Let's just see. That was the 76 Lexus of Lost Lexus Racing, the pairing of Pixley and Parker, normally in the Jaguars in GT3 Season 3.
Just showing a bit of good sportsmanship, as well as I believe they were just pulling up and waiting for that car to rejoin in front of them as well, which is always encouraged within the Simsport community. If you take someone out and you feel it's your fault, please pull up, let them past, and that looked like that's what they were doing. Crossland's he's dropped back a little bit from McCauley now. It seems to have sort of shaken him a little bit, that move, but McCauley's wasted no time whatsoever and getting onto the back of Hendrickson. He's literally pushing him around at the moment.
Well, I mean, we've still got just over 2 hours and 22 and a half minutes still to go, so I'm wondering whether that's part of the Team Fordzilla strategy, just to sort of keep it safe, whereas McCauley is absolutely going for it like a rocket ship in that BMW at the moment. I mean, look how close he is to Hendrickson in a minute, just under 2 tenths separate the pair. There's Simon Crane in the number 52 Pulse Simsport car, and they've got 3 cars in this field, so they've got Pulse Simsport, and then they've got B and C. And they've taken up 52, 53 and 54 on this respective grid. So, but good to see such a bright cornucopia of different liveries here on the first round of the ACC GT3 Driver Swap season here, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the guys have had free rein, as I said earlier in the build-up, that they've done the liveries within the sim, all except for the Simply Race skin, which is obviously thanks and tribute to Mike Yao, who's supplying us these fantastic pictures this evening. That's Simply Race Team Porsches. It got very loose out of the 130R then and a little bit sideways on the curbing, but Haley managed to keep it going in the right direction and just regroup. So he's just pushing really hard, and that Porsche is looking a little bit loose for Steve. He's certainly got his hands full with that one. But it's just good to see. You can see the racing lines there, but it's just wet through, and there's not much they can do. But these guys are really they're getting up to pace now, and they've found their feet, and they're all starting to push a lot more, and the battles are going to start getting a bit more intense.
Yeah, I just noticed in the background. Look how much John Munro is trying to close on Matt Kennedy, and that is for 9th position. So the Bentley starting to really come into its own in these conditions. So in many respects, that could be an interesting dynamic, because out of everybody, that is the sole Bentley in this group, because obviously we don't have Yannick Müller and Gavin Utley with us this evening. I'm hoping that they will be back with us for round 2 in a couple of weeks' time. So one sole Bentley, we've got a mysterious sole Jaguar and also a sole BMW in this field, along with a couple of Audis as well. But it's getting really, really... Kieran Vidago says, the Boatley doing well on the river? Well, you might want to go and ask John Munro on that one, because it looks to be good at the moment, as we've now got 10 minutes of the 150 minutes completed here. And the rain, Steve, showing no signs of abating, and Kennedy is being reeled in, hook, line and sinker by John Munro at the moment for 9th position.
Yeah, well, as we've seen in the past, you know, in 2 races that I've watched John Munro, when the conditions aren't so great, he does really well. And in the charity race, I mentioned this a couple of times, in the charity race, when we were at the Nürburgring, he was lapping at some points 2 and 3 seconds a lap faster than anybody else, including the leaders. He knows how to make that Boatley go in the rain. He really does. He's very, very consistent as well, so he can do those lap times, you know, lap after lap, and really close some gaps down. So I'm expecting him to find his feet and potentially start pushing forward. And as you say, he's closing in on Kennedy, and then he'll set his sights on Haley. But yeah, 1 car at a time, and he'll get the job done.
Now, it looks like we're coming up to some back markers here, because Regan Mitchell being hustled by Simon Crane as they come across the start-finish line. So we're effectively on lap number 6. And that is, I'm just wondering which Ferrari that might be. The ART Esports car, possibly. That was definitely a brightly coloured Ferrari there. I didn't really catch the number, but that might have been the one that was involved in the couple of incidents earlier on. But Simon Crane through the Snake Complex here at Suzuka, really putting the pressure on Regan Mitchell. Mitchell making that Mercedes as wide as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, through the Snake section, all you've got to do as the car in front is really hit your braking points, apexes, and they're not going to get past you, because it's left, right. You know, you're not going to find the room really to get up the inside. But Regan's just sort of, once he's always just run wide there, he doesn't want to be out there. That's going to cost him some time. So I was just about to say he's on the pace, and he's going to start pulling a little bit of a gap, but that mistake's allowed Crane to just be right on the back of him now.
Yeah. And it's just quite interesting to see how hard these drivers are pushing as Simon Crane gets really close through Spoon Curve on Regan Mitchell. Well, no, I don't think that was Spoon Curve. That might have been...
that was the hairpin, wasn't it?
That was through the hairpin. And now they're going to head through the right-hand sweep that leads them onto Spoon Curve. And a very, very interesting corner, because you're braking quite heavily. And then it sort of tightens up, but then it sort of expands out and you're able to put the power down, which is what we're going to see from Simon Crane. And he takes a lot less curb than Regan Mitchell, who is trying to scamper away into the distance, but it's not working. And that has allowed Steve Haley in the Porsche to close up. And the gap last time around was about 3/4 of a second. So Steve Haley looking really, he's looking a bit more composed in that Porsche now that he's had a bit more experience in these wet weather conditions with the Porsche. It seems like it's starting to come into its own, and he's really starting to wrestle with it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's, you know, he's an experienced driver, many years experience at sim racing, and been with Simsport for a lot of years. He will be just putting those laps in.
Macaulay's got past Hendrickson. He's gone towards the outside of the first corner. Hendrickson back up the inside, and that nearly opened the door for Charlie Crossland from Team Fordzilla to get through. think McCauley was being rather brave there in the BMW.
He was, yeah, and if you remember right at the beginning when you said to me, where can you overtake? I said at the first corner, as long as you can keep it in tight. Now, McCauley tried to go around the outside there and he just literally ran out of track. And in these conditions, you're not going to be able to keep your foot buried, and that very nearly cost him 2 positions. I am also, with the pace he's made, I was surprised he was still behind Hendrickson, to be honest. I was looking, as we were talking about the other cars, I was looking at that time and thinking, well, he's still there. Hendrickson is still holding him back, and you can see why. In these conditions, it's even harder just to find the traction, and that's what's happening here with Crane and Mitchell. And you know, Regan's just missing those apexes, and he's just got him down the inside. Yeah, absolutely fantastic move. But that all came from Regan Mitchell's mistake, because I was just about to say Mitchell had ran wide, and that was it. Crane didn't need a second invitation; he just shot up the inside there. But, you know,
well, at least the thing is that was driver's curse, not commentator's curse there. I think he stole your thunder a bit, Steve, going through the first deck then. But yeah, I mean, it was just like literally, it just sort of happened. I think the back end of the Mercedes was starting to get a bit twitchy, because obviously Regan trying to battle away with Glenn Guest and Simon Crane, you know, it was only going to be a matter of time in these wet weather conditions. You can only defend for so long. But now Hendrickson coming back under fire from Joe McCauley, and McCauley really starting to get a bit up close and personal once again on the 81 Mercedes. And if McCauley gets a good run through the Casio triangle, because look, the gap isn't that far. If McCauley can get past Hendrickson, he is going to charge against Harry Spears and go for it.
Yeah, that BMW just seems to have some fantastic drive out the corners. He's really, really getting the hammer down and finding the traction. But the problem is, as soon as you get off the racing line, you just lose a little bit of that drive. You lose a bit of that traction, you know, in the tighter stuff. So this is where he's got to try and make it work. And he's not going to do it on this lap. He's going to tuck in behind and not make the same mistake twice. Although he's taking a very wide angle, is maybe trying to cut back. But I'm not sure that's a move that will get done in these conditions down here through the snake.
Yep, so still plenty of this race still to go. And Joe McCauley, we now go on board the roof cam of the BMW M6 GT3, no longer really being used because the M4 GT3 will make its debut in 2022. It's still going through the homologation phase with the Munich manufacturer, but McCauley is still trying to keep on level pegging with Will Hendrickson. But Hendrickson has lost a bit of time in the meantime to Harry Spears, who after 7 and a bit laps is still leading the way after we went green with 2.5 when we well, it was nearly just over 16 minutes ago now. And you know, Spears just keeping it nice and controlled at the front of the field because he's got clean air here, Steve. That is allowing him to sort of start to get away into the distance. And McCauley and Crossland now closing up on Hendrickson, so the battle for second, third, fourth once again starting to intensify. And with the rain, I think we could be with this rain for a pretty long time because it's so dark and gloomy overhead at the minute.
Yeah, well, it's forecast for at least 30 minutes, isn't it? So, yeah, definitely at least for another 30 minutes. But, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Spears, he's just doing what he has to do. He's not under any pressure. He's putting the laps in and he's just trying to stay consistent, stay out of trouble. Hendrickson's holding McCauley, but Crossland on that last lap, he was the fastest out of these three here for the battle for second, because when they came up against the back markers, we see McCauley showing his nose against the 130R. That's not going to work. When they came up against the back marker on the last lap at this point, Crossland really lost out big time. And he dropped right back because he had to follow the back marker through the chicane and didn't get past him to the start-finish straight. And he's closed all that gap back up again to get back on the tail of McCauley. As McCauley, yet again, he's tucked right into the slipstream of Hendrickson, and he's looking to show down the inside now. Now, if he gets along the inside now and gets it into the braking zone, this could be the move done.
I think you're right there, Steve, because he's going for it. Now into first corner they go. And yeah, McCauley absolutely timed that one. I think he learned from going towards the outside of the first corner about 2 laps ago that he thought, well, I'll give it a try, see what happens. It didn't quite work out, and he thought, well, he then had to sort of reset a little bit, and that has allowed Charlie Crossland to have a bit of an opportunity. And look how close he is to the back bumper of Hendrickson. So Crossland, for those that haven't been with us watching on simsport-racing.com through the various channels as well, we bid you welcome here to a very, very saturated Suzuka. Charlie Crossland, we know, you know, he might be a young man, but he can really, really go for it when the opportunity provides itself. And he is showcasing his skills in the wet here at Suzuka, isn't he, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Crossland races in the GT3s and the GT4s with Simsport on a regular basis, and he showed in all the disciplines, all the races, that he's not afraid to follow closely. As we're watching Regan Mitchell now, he hasn't given up on that sixth place. He's put pressure in Guest, but Haley has closed right up onto the back of both of them. As you said earlier, he was closing the gap. Well, he has now closed it up, and he's there, and he's putting pressure on Mitchell. But Mitchell is equally keeping Guest honest as well.
Yep, very, very true. As we now have blue flags being waved. So the back markers now really factoring in, and Steve Haley now really coming up close and personal to both Regan Mitchell in 7th and Glenn Guest in 6th. It looks like Simon Crane has actually made a bit of he's made more than a mountain out of a molehill. They've given him an inch and he's taken a mile. I'm wondering if Glenn Guest actually had made a bit of a mistake, because he's nearly 3 seconds down off of another 52 Mercedes, who now rounds out the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't take much in these conditions to make a little bit of a mistake and lose a few seconds. I mean, we saw Haley there as he came through Spoon Curve, and we were nearly looking at the side of that Porsche, but Steve kept it under control with a little bit of rear wheel steering and opposite locking at the front end and everything else in the middle, and kept it going in the right direction. But yeah, these conditions are treacherous, that the cars are all sliding, and it's whoever's got the most stable setup, but also who can just get the most out of the braking points and the traction when they can find it. It's incredibly difficult. As
John Monroe is trying to close on Matt Kennedy, the gap between them was just over 2.15 seconds. As one of the Lexuses has a bit of a moment a little bit further down the order. I'm wondering who that might have been, whether that might have been Pixley, because the blue flag situation now really comes into its own here, Steve. And this is where the drivers now have to really play their strategies quite well, as Steve Haley tries to go up the inside of Regan Mitchell, but the back end of the Porsche steps out once again.
Yep.
He really is testing the limits of adhesion in that car, isn't he?
That Porsche is a handful. That Porsche looks very, very loose. As one of our viewers in chat has mentioned, it does look on the edge at times, and it is very much on the edge. Possibly more so than some of the other cars, and that just shows how hard Steve is trying to keep up with these guys, and having to race as hard as he can, drive as hard as he can. But he's there, and he's battling and making it a good battle for what is 6th and 7th place ahead of him, and he's keeping them honest. But I bet he's just counting the clock down till when he can swap over and have a rest.
Yeah, I'm sure, because the maximum driver time allowed is 80 minutes behind the wheel. And we are fast approaching the conclusion of what is going to be 22 minutes. Very, very soon, in around 30 seconds time. But Regan still trying to close on Glenn Guest to try and see what happens. But the Mercedes again looks to be the class of the field. But oh, hang on, look at the gap between Spears and McCauley.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's on him. He's on him. Yeah, definitely pressuring now. I don't think we're going to see a move on this lap, as it were, unless there's a mistake. But he's certainly closed that gap up as Macaulay, and he's certainly maybe didn't quite have the pace in qualifying, but he's definitely got the race pace. And I don't think it's going to be long before we're seeing some serious pressure applied to that Mercedes in front.
I think we're seeing it roundabout now, going through the snake and then through into what's going to be what they call the anti-bank curve before Dunlop.
That's just letting him know he's there, buddy. It's when he shows him the headlights in the mirrors and he tries to get alongside him. That's when it becomes real pressure.
Yeah, now this is a big thank you to Mike Yao, our broadcast director from Simply Race, from inside the engine bay, looking out of the front grille of the M6 GT3. Mike does a fantastic job for all the Simsport Racing broadcasts, so we can't thank him enough for what he's done for this community so far. But you can just see how, from this sort of aspect, it gives him a real dimension of how much air will be coming through into the front grille to feed that 4.4 twin M-Power twin-turbo V8, which is pretty much on the M6 GT3, was actually brought from as Steve Haley gets deep on the brakes, and he tries to get the cutback on Regan, doesn't he?
Did you hear me take a breath then? I was.
Oh, that's a breath. I thought you'd become an intercooler there for a minute there, Steve. My goodness. But Haley not giving up. He's letting Regan Mitchell know he's there, and Haley is absolutely pushing like crazy as they now head towards Spoon Curve. And that Porsche,
And again.
And again, the back end steps out. I'm sure that Steve will be making sure he gets plenty of hydration ready for his next stint, because it'll be Aaron's turn, Aaron Walker's turn behind the wheel next. But Matt Kennedy, in the meantime, has closed up. The Nissan Godzilla now coming into the fray.
Yeah, Aaron Walker will be sat at home thinking, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this.
Go on, Steve, you can max out your stint time first, mate, and I'll just do the latter bit, all right?
It'd be interesting if Chris Pinchbeck's still watching the stream. Just let us know your thoughts on the race so far, Chris. How are you feeling? Are you ready for your stint? And how's it going in general? Just jump on and let us know, buddy. Because these guys are racing so hard in some really tricky conditions.
We just had a response from Aaron. He said, "You're not wrong." Well timed there, Mr. Walker. Season 1 GT4 champion. His teammate just so happens to be the defending champion for GT4 Season 2. And he says, I'll get in if it improves. Oh, come on. You're not going to... Look, if you guys... the back end steps out going through the first part of the Snake Complex here at Suzuka. Steve Haley. I think he's going to need more than just a change of T-shirt. I think he's probably going to need a change of underwear after that, those last few moments.
I think he might be looking for some sandbags to put in the back to hold the back end down a bit more.
No, it needs to be in the front because the engine's on the back end of that thing. Oh, Mitchell runs wide. I mean, we're not even half an hour into this race, and Steve Haley is chomping at the bit like it's a 2.5 hour sprint race. My godfathers.
I think he's just, like I say, he's just trying really hard, and it's when he's under the brakes while changing direction that it's just breaking the back end away and becoming very, very difficult to control. The Porsche it's a phenomenal car. You can really get it turned in and things, but it's just that over-rotation under the brakes that he's struggling with. But he's doing a masterful job of keeping it in the right direction, and I just imagine he's sweating like mad, and just, as we can see on board there, just that's drifting. That he's trying. He's listening to us. He's putting a show on for us now, isn't he? He's showboating.
I'm just waiting for the theme tune from Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift to start appearing whenever Steve comes around the corner.
I can tell you, he looks nothing like Vin Diesel.
I wasn't mentioning about Vin Diesel because he wasn't in that right at the end. He was right at the end. But Hendrickson now being he's got the warning shot across the bow from a fellow Mercedes driver, and it is Team Forzilla's Charlie Crossland looking towards the inside, heading into first corner. Crossland decides to nicely back out of it and decide that discretion is the better part of valour, because if he'd have gone barrel rolling up into that, I think he would have come unstuck very, very quickly. And I think that Hendrickson would have been on the back end of some contact there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we've got Macaulay in the pits. So Joe Macaulay has pitted from battling for the lead now into the pits. Now whether that's just a pit stop or whether they're going to do a driver swap, we'll see. Obviously, if Joe's still in the seat when he comes out, they're choosing to double stint. Yeah,
because his teammate James Parker, who was in the Coach Dave Academy, wasn't that the... Oh! Haley's gone off the track. Haley has been pushing so hard. He's now had a bit of a tank slapper, and that has allowed Matt Kennedy to get through. And I think that could have been very quickly the case that if Steve had had a bit more of an off-track excursion, well, John Monroe's really closed up in the Boatley. That's our affectionate term for those that are new to Simsport Racing. That's what we like to call the Bentley when we're in wet weather conditions. And you can just see, again, John Monroe really, really pushing like crazy. It's now Matt Kennedy looking to close up on Regan Mitchell for 6th place, but Glenn Guest still at the front of this train. And John Monroe, I think it might be a couple more laps before he manages to get the move done on Steve Haley, because Haley is wrestling with that Porsche and wondering if the tyres on the back end have started to sort of drift away a little bit from him, especially with the amount of weight. When you look at it from a real-time dynamics side of things here, Steve, that on the back end, the Porsche is going to struggle with the rear tyres because with all that weight on the back end. Now let's have a look. We're going to go to a replay. They're now coming through. And he's right on the back bumper of Regan Mitchell. The back end steps out. It snaps it to the right-hand side. And yeah, Steve Haley unfortunately goes a bit of rally crossing a la Travis Pastrana, but still has kept it on the black stuff, and he still is in 8th position at the minute. But John Munro is closing.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're going to really get a bit of a demonstration now, because that Porsche is probably one of the loosest cars on the tracks by the look of it, the way Steve's driving it, and the Boatley is almost at the opposite end of the scale. With it just seems to be going where John's pointing it, and it's not doing anything too exciting. Although he's trying just as hard as Steve is, but the Boatley's reacting a lot better to the inputs.
Right, the Triple Eight from Coach Dave Academy have now done a driver change, and James Parker returns to the field in 18th position, just over a second behind the lost Lexus entry of 76 with Richard Pixley behind the wheel. So they have made a mandatory pit stop as well. So the first ones to have a number 2 in the column. So 3 mandatory pit stops. Each car must have new tyres fitted on each of the 3 pit stops that are mandatory in this race. And we are 20 seconds away from hitting half hour completed. So we'll have another 120 minutes. And there is James Parker in the Coach Dave Academy BMW, just behind Richard Pixley. This is the battle for 17th position.
It's an interesting tactic. I was sorry to interrupt that. Interesting tactic, because obviously they're one of the first teams to pit, which has thrown them a long way down the field. Now, the last thing they need to be, with respect to the guys that they're now racing with, is stuck behind any of them, because it's not going to be an undercut in any way, shape or form if you're battling down in 17th place, is it? And Spires has stayed out there, and if he's got the fuel to stay out longer and just keep going, then maybe that's the best tactic. And Crossland and Hendrickson as well.
Yeah, and they are running within 1.2 seconds of each other as quickly Parker gets past Pixley for 17th position. So James Parker, based actually not too far from where I am. He's about half an hour's drive from where I currently live, down here in Essex. As Spears really starting up, he's under the kibosh now. Crossland senses an opportunity to take the de facto lead just after the half-hour mark, it's really going to be interesting to see how much pressure that Charlie Crossland is going to put on Harry Spears. And Hendrickson has really closed in. The gap now just over 7.5 tenths of a second between the trio. I don't think it's even that now. Look at the gap, it's less than half a second. The battle for the lead quite clearly on here at Suzuka.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's under half a second between all 3 cars, so it's slipstream alley, but there's not a lot they can do with the slipstreams at this moment in time, apart from carry on as they are, drive as close as they can, maybe into some of the heavier braking zones, but not on that occasion. The next opportunity they're going to get is probably into Spoon Curve and then down the back straight, maybe, as that Mercedes got very, very loose there.
Yeah. And look, he's trying to make that car as wide as possible. Charlie Crossland looking at every possible conceivable opportunity to go up the inside of Harry Spears, as we now get an overhead shot. Track still very much wet, still raining quite significantly. Past the half-hour mark, the trio of Mercedes now make their way up to 1:30R. Spears leads from Crossland. Hendrickson rounds out the top 3. And then it is a top 6 Mercedes lockout as a result of Joe McCauley pitting for Coach Dave Academy. James Parker currently now making sure that he will try and get up the order. And we have seen it before where some teams have decided to pit early, Steve, and it has paid dividends.
I'm just watching Crossland intensely now because he really closed up on the back.
Hendrickson in the pits. Hendrickson now has pitted from P3.
Yeah, well, that frees Crossland up. Now, as we've seen, Spears has just run really wide, which has allowed Crossland to take the inside line, and he's got the lead. He's got the job done there, but because of a mistake rather than an overtake.
Yep, so Charlie Crossland from Team Fordzilla in the 66 Mercedes, now with just over 33 minutes completed, takes the lead as a result of Harry Spears making that big mistake going through first corner, as Regan Mitchell now closing on Glenn Guest. And look who's just behind Godzilla in full prominence, thanks to Matt Kennedy in the 6:26 total performance racing entry. He's partnered with Aaron Martin Pilkington, who we've seen in both GT4 and GT3 competition here on Simsport Racing.
Yeah, and Haley's still hanging on, albeit a little bit further back, but he's there with John Munro right up behind him as well. So we've got 5 cars really close together on track here, because one mistake from any of these will let the rest of them past. But Haley's doing really well hanging on there. But these guys, they're not really, they've made little mistakes here and there, but generally they're following very, very closely, as we see Regan get very deep on the brakes there, but just not close enough to make a move or anything like that. And we're seeing other guys further down the field now. We've got 3 cars in the pits, so it'd be interesting to see if they're going to do driver swaps or just come back out as they are.
Yeah, Angus Martin from Dam Busters Motorsport in the 617 Aston Martin. Then we've also got Tim Weller in the PSR 120 Aston, and Richard Pixley, the 76 Lost Lexus Racing, has also decided to pit. And it looks like we have got a change in the PSR 120 entry. Daniel Wood now taking the wheel. And it looks like Angus Martin, I think, is saying he's going to do a double stack in the 617. And then next up it will be Stim Passport's turn, I think, to take the wheel of the car around here at Suzuka. As now Harry Spears will pit from 2nd position in the 185. And that will mean, now will we see that Jordan Burrows will take the wheel of the 185 Mercedes, as now Matt Kennedy trying to close in as Mitchell and Guest going side by side into first corner. Mitchell towards the outside of Guest, and he goes a little bit wide, but will he keep the power down? He is. That's very brave through first corner. He could actually get the inside run if he's lucky. Oh, they clash. Oh, they clash. Guest hung out to dry through the contact between him and Regan Mitchell, and that allows Matt Kennedy to get up into 4th place. Yeah, 3rd place now, actually.
Yeah, he was there. Mitchell was there. He was on the inside, and he just tried to close the door on him, and Regan had nowhere to go. He'd put it up the inside. He'd managed to hang it round the outside on the first corner and take that inside line. So yeah, it was a pretty good move. Hard move, but good move.
Yeah, so it is all really starting to kick off here as Burrows and Riley. So Burrows has taken the wheel of the 185 Mercedes from Harry Spears. Dean Riley now in the pits, and the Team Vodafone 101. Will he swap over? So Riley, I think Rich Smith is the other driver in that pairing.
Yeah, just watching Guest there, he's making a few mistakes now. That's rattled him. That really rattled him. He went very, very deep into the hairpin and nearly let Haley through on the inside, but just managed to get the traction to out-drag Haley away from the hairpin. But yeah, it just seems to have just unsettled him a little bit.
And yes, Kieran Vidago, we have noticed that Charlie Crosland has got around about Oh, John Munro up the inside of Steve Haley, coming through the exit of Spoon Curve. So I think Haley might be treading on eggshells a little bit here, as Munro just literally went up the inside through the exit of Spoon Curve, as Crosland has now got a lead of over 5.5 seconds over the number 52 of Pulse Simsport's Simon Crane.
Crosland is in the pits now as well. Crosland's in the pits.
And Crane is as well, so effectively that will make Mitchell our race leader.
And more importantly, it'll be interesting to see where Crosland and Crane come out regarding Parker, who's now in 11th.
Haley's now pitted, so that puts Mitchell first, Kennedy second, Guest in third. Oh, Mitchell runs wide, Kennedy goes sideways through the first corner, but they still manage to hang on to first and second position. Oh, that was brown trouser moments for the pair of them right there. Oh my goodness,
that was very much, Kennedy was very much guilty of following the car in front, and Regan just lost traction, broke sideways, and the Nissan behind of Kennedy did the same, but they're both fantastic car control to gather it all up and get going back to racing speed ASAP, as it were. But yeah, I've seen a few guys pit now, like you say. A few of them are just doing this first of the 3 mandatory stops, and like we keep saying, it'd be interesting to see how many of them actually do swap drivers.
Well, I've noticed that Crosland and Hendrickson haven't, at the moment. Jordan Burrows is behind the wheel of the 185, so he's taken over from Harry Spears. Brain has stayed in for another stint. I'm wondering whether... No, looks like Haley's now stayed in for another stint. Parker now up into 8th position in the 888 BMW from Coach Dave Academy. So very, very interesting strategy calls. We're going to go to a replay now. And this is Steve Haley. And he just runs a little bit wide, and that allows... And he has a bit of snap oversteer in that Porsche. And that causes him to lose momentum. John Monroe from Simply Race Sancho Simsport able to sweep up the inside of the Bentley. And look how close he is now to Glenn Guest in the number 53.
And also, we're 1 hour 50 minutes left to go. In 30 minutes, the forecast is for light rain, so the rain is going to start to ease up.
Oh, I think I'm wondering if my JB mention might have caused the weather gods to shine a bit more favourably on us. Who knows?
It's either your JB mention or my wishful thinking.
Well,
we'll take either. I'm going to say we'll take either. It doesn't matter. We just we want something.
Yeah. So Mitchell and Guest now in the pits. So Kennedy and Monroe are first and second at the moment, separated by 1.7 seconds with just an hour and 50 minutes still to go in the race. So Nissan leading on Honda territory. I thought I'd be saying that in my lifetime here on Simsport Racing, but it is front and centre at the moment. And James Parker will, I think, very shortly, depending on how quickly Mitchell and Guest get out of the pits, will be taking 4th position. BMW.
Yeah, just to mention Parker, obviously I was looking at where Crossland came out, and importantly we've got Parker in 5th, Hendrickson in 8th and Crossland in 9th, so Parker technically is in the race lead at the moment, in that position he's in now.
Yeah, so he's done a really good job as James Parker. He's kept it nice and composed, and in many respects that is going to prove to be very, very interesting. 1 hour, 49 minutes and 27 seconds to go. The sole BMW M6 in this field, driven by James Parker, currently up to 5th place. So I've just noticed Regan Mitchell is staying behind the wheel of the 43, Ranjiv Kelsey, in the pits, as is the number 118 of PSR 18's Jack Roderick in the Aston Martin. So Parker now up into 4th place. And I'm just keeping an eye. It looks like there has been a change. So Simon Crane has handed over to Miles Dixon, and Harry Gaylor has now taken over from Glenn Guest in the 2 Pulse Simsport Racing entries.
Yeah, and car 135, McLaren has a stop-go penalty for what will be speeding in the pit lane, I would imagine. So unfortunate.
And he's partnered with Gianluca De Luca. If that number speaks volumes. If ever I see that number, it's always Gianluca that's in that team. As Cody Pride in the very, very plain body in white, which is an automotive manufacturer's term, where the cars are literally in primer before they go in to be painted. Cody Pride now will pit. Matt Kennedy is in the pits as well from Total Performance in the Nissan. So this now puts John Monroe, and I think if James Parker has an opportunity, looks like there's a few more cars in the pits. Schleter in the pits, Lindsay in the pits, Kelsey in the pits. So the strategies are now starting to reveal themselves, but not to the extent that we would probably think here, Steve.
No, and just from past experience of watching John Monroe race, he is prepared to stretch stints out, so he's overfueled for this first stint, and he will run it as long as he can while he's feeling comfortable in that car. And if he thinks he's going to be pulling time, not necessarily on the leaders, but the guys that were around him in sort of 6th, 7th place before they all pitted, I think we may see John Monroe stay out a little bit longer and jump those guys in the race positions.
Well, looks like Cameron Fife, you're slacking, mate. He's just put on the YouTube channel and goes, hi guys, looking very wet out there. How is the inaugural event coming along? Just tuned in after a stonking Sunday roast. And Kieran Vidago has stuck the knife in and said, it's been full of battles. He said, wish I tuned in earlier. Well, glad to have you with us, Cameron. Glad to have you with us, mate. But Monroe, on lap number 20, the only driver out of the top 11 yet to pit. As Angus Martin in the Dan Busters Motorsport 617 Aston Martin having a ding-dong battle with the number 21 PSR 119 entry with Dean Allen behind. No, it's not Dean Allen. It was Darrell Upton. My apologies there. And it looks like Martin has kept ahead of the number 21 Audi going through into first corner.
Yeah, absolutely, battling close as ever, Upton and Martin. And Martin, you know, he's made the change to the GT3s because he's very much a GT4 regular. So he's just showing us that he's got some skills in that car as well.
And here we now have the three-way scrap for what is effectively, well, there is a two-way scrap, I believe, there. So that is that Chris Pinchbeck?
I was just going to say the HUD must have been slow to update because we have got Aaron Walker in the Porsche now, and we've got Chris Pinchbeck in the Mercedes. So those two guys, Haley and Mitchell, have swapped. So Haley was in the Porsche, if you remember, running with Walker, who is now driving, and Regan is Pinchbeck's teammate. So
Pinchbeck and Gale are now battling away over ninth. So it is an all Affalterbach affair on the run down towards 130R. Gayler looking towards the outside of the corner. But yeah, Pinchbeck just keeps it in front in the number 43 for the minute.
Yeah, Chris Pinchbeck, he's a quick driver. You know, I was joking earlier on when I said he's sort of batting out of league, as it were, with Regan as his teammate. But he's a quick driver, and he certainly knows how to defend us, Chris. Very, very experienced. So he's not going to make anything easy for Gayler, and I'm sure it's going to be a good battle.
Yeah, so at the moment, with 20 laps completed, John Monroe from Simply Race Sancho Simsport in the Bentley leads the way by over 30 seconds from James Parker. Number 12 Hendrickson, Charlie Crossland, Jordan Burrows rounding out the top 5 positions. So 3 different manufacturers represented in the top 5. As Johan Pedersen, we haven't really talked much about him. He is in the pits as one of the Hondas has gone spinning off the circuit a bit further down the order, and there is Gerard Barr in the number 119 McLaren, and it looks like he's got Sebastian de Tolonera ahead in the Blue Flag Racing Ferrari, and then that is the 128 of Desmond Fitzpatrick from ART Esports just up ahead.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Gayler and Pinchbeck here, Gayler is not giving Pinchbeck any breathing space whatsoever. And unfortunately for Chris Pinchbeck, he's having to drive a more defensive line, which is a slower line. But he's having to do that to keep Gayler behind. And, you know, it's not ideal for him. But he's, like I said, he's not going to make it easy for him. But yeah, he's certainly going to be lapping a little bit slower. Cody Pride in 11th, he's sort of 9 seconds back, so they have got a bit of breathing room. But all the time, they're going to be losing ground to Walker in 8th, who's 2.7 seconds up the road.
Well, just right, let's go back to a replay. We're going to see what actually happened, and that is the 23rd placed Honda at that particular moment in time before the back end just didn't want to do anything, and that was the 212 of that's the team of Paul Lindsay and Chris Bowman.
Yeah, it looked like the back end just snapped, didn't it, under braking, and we caught up with him on the inside there as he tried to correct. But very, very unfortunate, just into the braking zone. Nothing he could do but lift off the brakes and let it run forward.
And that's Paul Lindsay. Just keep your I'm going to be I'm absolutely speechless here, because James Parker is absolutely storming forward. Now the gap between the 23 of Monroe and the 888 of Parker, the gap was over 30.7 seconds. It's now down to just under 28.9. Parker is running at the moment, Steve, in the high 2 minutes 8.2s.
Yeah, we just saw Lindsay made a further mistake. That's why the replay kept going there. Just ran wide, through the next couple of corners. So probably a little bit too much heat in the tyres, and just couldn't do much to keep it on the racing line. But yeah, I mean the lap times, Parker is flying, as are the guys a couple of the guys behind him. You know, putting in decent lap times. So Monroe is, like I said, I think his battle is with the likes of Pinchbeck, Walker, those sort of guys that he was battling with for 6th and 7th place, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him jumping them in the pit stops, to be honest.
Yeah, well, the gap now down to under 27 seconds. So I think Munro could be coming towards the first part of his stint. And we know that the Bentley has a big fuel tank. And we know that the car can run long. So whether that is the strategy from Munro and McGregor, because now that is effectively going to be, if we hit 1 hour 40 on the clock, that will be 50 out of the 80 minutes that Munro has been behind the wheel, and it is a maximum allowance of 80 minutes for a driver in one race.
Yeah, just Cameron 5's obviously having a few issues. He's got the timings up, but you need to watch the stream in YouTube itself. So just click on YouTube, watch the stream on there, and then open up another window and watch the timings in a separate window. Everything should work for you then, buddy. As we're seeing Crossland actually make a move on Hendrickson there, sorry, as I was talking. I think that was more of another Hendrickson mistake though as well, wasn't it? He ran very wide under braking, and Crossland got the job done.
Yeah, good evening to Stuart Forbes, who's from South Africa. Stuart, just let us know which one of your friends is racing in this race. Be good to hear from you on that one. And he's absolutely loving this at the moment. Charlie Crossland now trying to get past the number, well, it was one of the Audis that was actually just up ahead, and that would be the Racing Team Serbia entry, the number 11. So Racing Team Serbia duo of Vidinovic and Jefremovic not having a good day in the office at the minute. They are currently actually running 29th out of 29, and now we hit 1 hour 40 minutes remaining. So John Munro can only stay in that car for another half an hour. Okay, so Matt Densham in the Phantom Sim Racing car is the one that Stuart Forbes is currently cheering on, who's currently running in P20 at the moment. And it's still looking rather enticing here. And CHS Racing saying, yep, Munro pushing it to the limit. But look at the times coming from James Parker here, Steve. A 2 minutes 7.425. Brilliant lap time from the Colchester-based driver. Absolutely flying at the moment is James Parker.
Yeah, he's a man out on his own at the moment, isn't he, with a 2:07.425 on his last lap, fastest lap of the race. Absolutely awesome times, and he's definitely going to take that lead back with no problems whatsoever. And what's more is he's got a good gap back to Charlie Crossland, who will effectively potentially be in second place. I say potentially because Parker's 24 seconds behind Munro, and Crossland's a further 19 seconds behind Parker. So Munro could come out close to Crossland and Hendrickson.
Very, very true. But also, it's dependent on another factor here as well. I wonder how those tyres are doing on that Bentley, because to be out there in the lead, and it's now effectively on the 24th lap of this race, with 1 hour, 38 minutes and 30 seconds still to go, Munro is really, really pushing his stint time. I wonder if they decided to really, really go for it, keep John out for another stint, and let Ross McGregor do the remainder of the race, because they both are very, very quick drivers.
Yeah, not only that, but don't you think it's, we've just seen Gala try to go around the outside of Pinchbeck into the first corner. That's not going to work. He's had to lift off and tuck back in, and Pinchbeck should keep him behind now, and it's positions as normal through the snake and onto another lap. But yeah, just going back to Munro, if he's stretching the stint out as far as this, I know the Bentley's better on fuel than a lot of the cars, but he's had to carry a lot more fuel than these guys, and his lap times weren't far off in when these guys first started the race. He was up there, he was making moves, he was making passes, and all probably with a lot more fuel on board, so that's even more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's running in the 209.7s at the moment. That's his, he's set a personal best in sectors 1 and 2, so as the fuel load was decreased on the Bentley, he started to get quicker. But Parker is still Parker's running in the 207.7s. You then got Crossland running in the 209.4s, Hendrickson in the 210s, Burrows in the 210s. Next up is Aaron Martin Pilkington. He's actually in the 208.9s. And then it's a little bit further down until you sort of like look towards maybe, say, the 101 Mercedes, and that is of Riley. He's running in the 209.9s. So a big disparity. I mean, Munro's just put in a 2:10.0 on lap number 24. As Darrell Upton now chasing down Angus Martin in the Dam Busters 617 Aston Martin, which very much has a military look around it, doesn't it? With that matte green paint on the clamshell bonnet. That's a greatly. I like the fact that we've had someone that decided to bring Dam Busters into Simsport Racing. You say, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. On Remembrance Sunday, it's I'm not sure if it was designed to be a fitting tribute, but it is. Yeah, it's great to see, and it's good. But yeah, I mean, I know Dave on chat has just pointed out potentially the track's drying a bit. It's still raining. The racing line is looking maybe drier. The guys, as you can see there, are searching for a bit of damp track because, to cool those tyres off. If we are starting to see a drier line and they're on the wets, then the tyre temperatures are going to be critical. Which is going to affect the tyre pressure.
Clash there between clash between Pinchbeck and Gaylor there. Gaylor trying to steamroll up the inside of the 43, and Chris Pinchbeck was having absolutely none of it. And he still keeps ahead for the minute. But Gaylor runs a little bit wide going through the first part of the Snake Complex. I wonder if there's a little bit of damage possibly as a result of that slight contact. But if it's so minimal, the Mercedes will still be able to run around. And in wet weather conditions, damage doesn't always determine your pace in the rain, does it, Steve?
No, because your grip levels, the damage, it won't affect you as much, especially not the light damage like that. And I don't expect there to be much damage from that, as we just see Gale just hitting that curb a little bit hard, and it threw him wide there. So he's a little bit flustered again after that move. But it's all fair in love and war. It was a hard move he was trying to put on Pinchbeck. He hung him out to dry. Pinchbeck had to turn in to get round the corner. So that battle's been going for quite a few laps now, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Great on board on the left-hand side of the Mercedes of Charlie Crossland from Team Forzilla. 1 hour, 34 minutes and 45 seconds of the first of 4 rounds. My goodness me, Steve. Over the next, 8 weeks? 4 2.5-hour races. It's been absolutely spellbinding so far, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's setting us up for a good championship. Hopefully all these drivers are really enjoying it. Hopefully they're going to come back for the next 3 rounds after this one and, battle it out for this fun championship. Certainly they're enjoying themselves this evening. I'm not quite sure how many of them will admit it in these conditions, but Gaylor's really pushing Pinchbeck. Put Pinchbeck really deep there. Gaylor's going to be around the outside, and if he can hold it there, as Pinchbeck really squeezes him there, that was a little bit rough and ready, but again, Gaylor was ready for it. He's sort of got tucked in behind now. I don't think he's going to be close enough to benefit too much from the slipstream here, and Pinchbeck should be able to defend into the first corner quite nicely as long as he doesn't run too deep. But if the track conditions are changing, and I mean it is still raining, so I can't see it changing too much. But if it does start to change, then we might start to see a few more mistakes sneaking in.
Yeah, and now they've got a back marker up ahead. And that will be the number 11 Racing Team Serbia entry just up ahead. So the blue flags will wave, and then it will be down to Chris Pinchbeck to try and get past that Audi as quickly as possible. And if he can do it with enough time so it doesn't allow Harry Gaylor to get past, then good spatial awareness there from the number 11 from Racing Team Serbia to get past. But Gaylor again really pushing the envelope, and you can just see the left-hand side of the number 53 Pulse Simsport B car has got a little bit of battle scarring. The battle is still well and truly on, but the war has yet to be won between these two, battling over 9th position. We now go on board the rear diffuser, the Aston Martin of Dan Buster Motorsports, Angus Martin, and you've then got, well, hang on a minute.
John Clements.
It's Upton and Clements. So an Audi and the 118 PSR 118.
Yeah, well, John Clements has closed up quite a gap, to be honest. He was a few seconds back, and he's managed to close that gap right up to get on the back of Upton. As we just see Martin managed to take a car there, lap a car just at the right time. And just, I don't think he's gained too much of an advantage from it, but a little bit. But yeah, Upton and Clements. Clements really impressive, really closed the gap up and caught up to Upton and put himself in the battle for 11th place now.
Yeah, well, it looks like that on the last lap around, Upton did a 2-minute 10.6, Clements a 2-minute 9.4, 1.2 seconds to the betterment of the Aston Martin. And I think John Monroe, I've just spotted, has started getting faster as Dixon closing on Jordan Burrows for 5th place. And then you've got the you've got the Wild Jaguar of Samol in the number 37 down in 19th position. So the backmarker traffic really starting to bring its unwanted flair to the party, I think, in many respects here, Steve, because in a 2.5-hour driver swap endurance race, you've got to sort of wait to see what, as Burrows goes really wide through the first Egner. Yeah. Very, very wide indeed, as Samol nearly loses the back end of the 37, as we see Aaron Martin Pilkington now behind the wheel of the 626 taking over in the Total Performance Racing Nissan from Matt Kennedy. So yeah, Burrows, that was very close through the first Egner.
Yeah, and just mention Pilkington, he's a quick driver, he's Aaron Martin Pilkington. It'd be good to see if he can make some headway in that Nissan, because the Nissan is a bit of a monster as well, isn't it?
He is now already. He's done a 2:08.4. Dixon did a 2 minute 10.2, and Burrows did a 2 minute 10.56. So that Nissan is over 2 seconds a lap quicker in these conditions. So Martin Pilkington, he could probably be with them in the next 3 laps if he keeps that pace up.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going back to what you were saying about the lapped cars, you know, lapping a car. I mean, in the dry, it's bad enough, but in these conditions, it's really difficult. You know, we always say that the car being lapped should stay on the racing line. It's up to the other guys to get round you. It's just so difficult because the line is so narrow in these conditions, and getting off the racing line to go around someone is so treacherous as well.
Yeah, as Munro did pit from the lead, so Parker now takes the front of the field in the 888 Coach Dave Academy.
More importantly, Gale has got past Pinchbeck there, as we've seen Pinchbeck pushing to try and keep up with him and keep the pressure on him, but he has got the job done at some point. We missed it, I think, but he's Pinchbeck hasn't let him go. No,
and they've got Rhys Wiggin just on their left-hand side, and then it looks like Densham in the 36 Porsche. So these two will have to give way to these two warring Mercedes. And it's been great racing between Gayler and Pinchbeck, as Densham actually decides to run wide. But that could allow Rhys Wiggin to get past for 20th position. They go into the first part of the snake, and Wiggin looks to have made the move. He has done it.
Very
Rhys Wiggin.
Yeah, very opportunistic to follow well, not the leaders, but the guys on the lead lap through there, and take advantage of and gain a position. But yeah, Pinchbeck's just showing that he has got the pace of Gayler, and they are very close. He's trying to hang on. Be interesting to see over the next couple of laps just exactly what does pan out from this now.
So just under 90 minutes remaining of the first round of the Simsport Racing ACC GT3 Driver Swap season. 4 rounds in total. As big moment there for Gayler, and nearly Pinchbeck could have gone into the back end of him, but the 43 gets past. Nicely timed there by Chris Pinchbeck. And that was through into the hairpin. So big moment for Gayler. The back end stepped out, and he nearly went steamrolling up the inside of the 43 through the second part of the hairpin. Yeah, they go through into 200R. That was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close. Nearly gave Pinchbeck a little bit of nudge as they came out of the hairpin, which could have sent him round, but just about managed to get through safely. As we're now looking at Upton on Martin, still battling away with John Clements just behind. And, you know, we can see that Dean Riley's only 2.5 seconds further back from John Clements.
Yep, it's not over yet, not by a long sight, as we're on lap number 29 of this race here at Suzuka. Big thank you to everyone watching at home, and everyone that has been watching so far on all the relevant Twitch, YouTube, Facebook streams through multiple different provisions. A big thank you to Mike Yao and Simply Race for providing a fantastic broadcast coverage, as Upton getting hustled now. Oh, Clements runs wide, and that was nearly some snap oversteer for the Aston Martin as they filter their way down to 130R on lap number 29 of this race. That was close for Clements.
Yeah, I mean, normally in the dry you don't want to drop a wheel off, but in these conditions you definitely do, as we saw Clements really struggling there, and we're just seeing the Audi there on the curbs just twitching all over the place as he's trying to get up through on his on the other car there, and he's got the move done by the looks of that.
Yep, still very much all to play for. 1 hour, 27 minutes exactly on the clock, as now Clements tries to go up the inside of Upton. And down onto the main straightaway they come. The Aston Martin looks to have the inside run going into first corner. Who's going to be the bravest on the brakes? It looks to be Clements. He's gone up the inside of the Audi. Nicely timed there by the 118 to now take 12th position. But Upton not done yet. And I think they've got Dean Riley just behind them in the 101 Team Vodafone car. So Riley has started to make a bit of a comeback now.
Yeah, he's really closed that gap up, but Clements was very, very brave there. He took a lot of curb on the inside of turn 1, and that could have so easily gone so wrong, but he kept it pointing in the right direction, kept the momentum up and got the job done. But as you say, Dean Riley's really closed up. He's benefited from these two battling a little bit, and maybe he's picked his pace up, I'm not sure, but he's really closed the gap up now, and he's right on the back of Upton now.
And the rain still falling. 20 degrees air temperature, 25 degrees track temperature. There is some sort of semblance of a dry racing line showing, according to what you see on your screens at home. But the rain still very much here to stay, I fear. And this is what's going to really decide the men from the boys and the men and women from the boys and the girls here, as we do have Denise Pope back with us. She's racing in the number 79 Lexus along with Evan Natafas, and they are currently running in 18th position at the moment. So good going by that pair in the HRTC, HTCR TRC Wild Things number 79 entry. So Natafas, I know. Yeah, get your false teeth in, Alex. They're currently running at 2 minute 10.9s as, interesting strategy here, because Ross McGregor took over from John Monroe, and they're now going to have their second out of 3 mandatory pit stops. Very interesting strategy call from the Simply Race and Show Simsport crew there, Steve.
Yeah, and exciting times ahead, because if you look at the weather chart, we have heavy rain for the next 10 minutes, then in 10 minutes we have lighter rain, and at 30 minutes we have dry weather. So we could be coming towards the end of this race. It could start to dry up, is what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, and going a long way around saying it.
James Hartnell, no, I did not assume everyone's gender there. I made sure that I corrected myself appropriately there, because we do have men and women competing in this championship. And it's good to have a mix of drivers of varying different skills, and it's also good, Steve, to have new additions to the field here at Simsport Racing and the ever-expanding community we have.
Yeah, it's good to see new people come in and all the time, and drivers taking part in these championships, and some of the drivers are willing to take on the different challenges of, rather than just solo racing, team racing, and just become a team player rather than just racing for themselves. It's great to see. Yeah,
that's very much the case. And now we go up into the air. A great overhead shot as Dixon looking to close on Burrows. And look who's waiting in the wings. Aaron Martin Pilkington in that Nissan. He's just put in a 2 minute 10.353. Dixon did a 2 minute 12. And Dixon trying to go around the outside of Burrows through the first corner. He's opening the door there for Martin Pilkington. And Nissan trying to get through. But for the inside line on the next corner, Dixon makes the move, still stays in 4th, but that was very close indeed, trying to go around the outside of first corner, very much like Macaulay a bit earlier on, and Kieran Vidago saying, Godzilla doing some stalking in Japan. Very true there, Kieran, I must admit.
Yeah, absolutely, and what is also very true is obviously Parker's made their second pit stop. So they've come back out into 6th place now. We'll update in a second and give us the gap from them to Pilkington. But yeah, more importantly, they've only got one more pit stop to do. And if that's is indeed Parker still behind the wheel, then obviously the last stint is going to be Macaulay.
Yeah, just sort of keeping an eye on the timing screens. And yeah, I mean, the biggest thing here, Steve, is that, yeah, Parker has come out 17.8 seconds behind Aaron Martin Pilkington, it looks like, in terms of the time differential. So, yeah, I think you're right there. I think that basically that Macaulay, because he might be the the quicker driver, I think, probably when they decided to go for it in the initial phases, then put Parker in for a double stint, and then even the time out. So if they're doing 75 minutes each, that's a pretty good strategy, if you don't mind me saying so.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly as well, talking of strategies, we've got McGregor, John Munro McGregor car in 15th at the moment, and they've only got the one pit stop left to make as well, so they're going to shoot up the field when all those other guys on 2 stops make one of their stops. So that's going to be interesting to see where they turn out as well, see how the strategy pans out for them.
It's been a very clean race as well, I think, as Kieran Vidago has just pointed out. There has been a loss of mutual respect and a lot of spatial awareness in that sort of respect. But you can just see Dixon trying to go up the inside of Burrows now for 3rd place. He's got the move, but Burrows, if he keeps it planted where it is, he could have the inside line for the first part of the Snake Complex, and he has got the move. A little bit of clash between the pair, but Dixon keeping his foot stuck in. Aaron Martin Pilkington definitely has the ringside seat, and Burrows keeps the head for the moment. That was a great bit of mutual respect and great, clean, fair racing between this trio.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on Pilkington. You know, he's just sat there. He's closed the gap right down. He's got the pace on these guys. But he's also showing a lot of patience and restraint. He's just sat watching. He's letting these 2 guys battle, and he's waiting for that opportunity to open up to him. And I'm sure it will, because he has got the pace and he seems to have the stability. He's just going to be, ready to pounce as soon as one of these guys gets pushed wide, forced wide, or just leaves the door open in general.
So this trio separated by just over half a second, and it just makes and a very good point by James Hartnell here. Wet weather always makes track limits less of a worry as you try and stay off the curbs, or if you do go over them, it's usually a mistake and you end up slowing down, and that is very, very true. Aaron Walker in the number 24 Simply Race Porsche, rounding out the top 9 positions, and just up ahead is number 53 of Harry Gaylor, and I think that is the number 71 with Reese Wiggin just up ahead, who has been shown the blue flags, and the Nissan looking very, very quick here indeed. I mean, Aaron Martin Pilkington, because he's been sitting behind them, he's been running at nearly a 2:11, and the 2 in front are running at a 2:09.3. Well, that is for Charlie Crossland, but yeah, I mean, look, the 52 of Dixon running at a 2:11.1, and Burrows at 2:11.0. So, I think at the end of the day, now Burrows in the pits. That now releases Dixon and Martin Pilkington. So this is where it's going to get interesting once again. So Burrows now will come in, and that will be the 2nd mandatory pit stop for the 185 crew in the Team Fordzilla & Co entry. But yeah, Martin Pilkington looking close on Dixon, doesn't he there, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he's playing the watching brief, but it's more about just attacking. Now he's just got the 1 car in front of him. It's down to him to put the pressure on now and try and get a move done. And it's a bit easier for him to do with only 1 car in front of him now to concentrate on. So as you can see, he's right on the tail end of that Mercedes, and he's really just. He seems to be able to turn that Nissan a lot tighter. As we see, he just goes up the inside there, and that's the cheekiest move of the night, I think, so far. Really, I mean, he just turned it so tight, got on the power, and the Nissan just went. It just seemed to get awesome traction, and just that's turned in so sharp, when I can get my words out. Fantastic Wilkinson there.
Well, that was coming through the curve. Well, that was through going through Dunlop, and that's the place where you don't really see that kind of overtake happening. But yeah, I mean, Martin Pilkington, and also let's not forget his teammates. In many respects, I mean, Matt Kennedy did a really, really good start for the team, as now Angus Martin has pitted. Adam Isalovic, the Marcada Racing 111, partnered with Mark Neuterlings. And there is Sebastian de Tolonera in the Blue Flag Racing Ferrari 488, currently rounding out the top 24. And he's just behind Carlo Dorazio, one half of the Team EOS eSport crew in the McLaren 720, partnered with Gianluca De Luca.
Yeah, and I'm sure it is starting to ease off as the rain now, so we might start to see a drier track evolving, and we might start to see some lap times coming down if they can keep the tyre temps under control. What we might also start to see a little bit more of is guys coming off the racing line on the straights to try and cool the tyres on what's left of the wet track when it does start to dry out.
And also going through the corners as well, Steve, because you know they'll take as much cold water as they can. As there is James Parker rounding out the top 5, 7.244 seconds behind the number 52 Pole Simsport of Miles Dixon in the Mercedes, who is he's not even 3/4 of a second off of Aaron Martin Pilkington now, as they've just gone past the 6:17, and Stin Paspont is now behind the wheel of that Aston Martin from Dan Buster's Motorsport, but the Mercedes now showing its speed, and I think you're right here, Steve, because I'm just having a look at the moment. Well, I don't know where is this pace coming from Parker? He's literally, I think he's gone sub 207. That is incredibly quick. The track
933.
Yeah, the track is now coming. The track is now coming to them at Coach Dave Academy. And this is where it's going to get rather interesting all the way through this race. I cannot believe that if this strategy gets pulled off like this, this is going to be absolutely one for the books here at Suzuka.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they've pitted again as Parker, and they've put some fresh tyres on again, but that's also given them the opportunity, if the track is drying out indeed, and they do need to adjust tyre pressures, they've been able to adjust those tyre pressures to get the best grip they possibly can in the conditions. So that may be that it's aiding them a little bit, but I mean, it's still, from Parker, fantastic driving. He's been on it throughout his stints, and he's been putting in the fastest laps consistently above and over everybody else on the track, as far as I can see.
So we've got a stop-go penalty. Denise Pope in the number 79 Wild Things car will now have to serve a stop-go 30. That will have probably been for speeding in the pit lane, maybe from Denise's teammate Evan Natafas, who was actually out in the car. So that's a real shame for Denise.
Really unlucky.
To be put on the back foot.
Yeah, they've only got one more pit stop to do as well, so they were in 22nd. They were in a pretty good position, really, to jump a few more positions when the other guys pitted. So that's effectively they're going to have to do an extra pit stop.
So we go to Ross McGregor in the number 23 Bentley from Sancho Simsport. And yeah, you're definitely right about the track conditions, Steve, because the rain has dissipated. And one of the biggest things here is that the spray has reduced significantly. And
look at that, we can see McGregor there running along the wet. He's not just trying to show his nose to the car in front because he's nowhere near close enough for a pass. He's trying to put some moisture onto those tyres, get some cooling going on, so that he's got the grip through the 130 hours. Both cars run very, very wide there. And like you say, well spotted, the spray has really dissipated now. There is hardly any spray coming off these cars. The rainfall has eased, so the track it's not going to dry up, but it's going to be there's going to be less standing water than there was, as we can tell from the lack of spray.
Yeah, so the biggest thing is that we had 158s in quali from the 185 entry, the Mercedes, and that was from Harry Spears. I'm just looking at the timesheets now. Parker's running in the 207.3s. The driver that is next quickest is probably going to be the likes of the 118, which is the Aston Martin, and that has got John Clements. He's currently running in the 209.8s. Then you look a little bit further up the field, Charlie Crossan running in the 209.5s, Hendrickson 209.7s. I think if we get to around about maybe say...
Munro just making a move there, McGregor making a move there, just to... on Burrows, so he's got that move done. Sorry to interrupt there, but that was a pretty good move, and to get that job done. And he's just been looking after his tyres a lot better. He's been cooling them, and just he's been getting the laps in, and he got that move done with no hassle whatsoever, no stress, no excitement, as it were. He just drove past the Mercedes.
I think, if we get to, like, say, a 2-minute 2, 2-minute 3, that could possibly be the time when we could find that drivers might decide to opt and change their strategy and go onto slicks. If you get to within 4 to 5 seconds of where we were running in qualifying, I think that could be a bit of a moment there for one of the McLarens, and that could have been Dorazio, though. So, yeah, I think in many respects, if we get to like a 2:02 or a 2:03 second lap time, I think that's where the drivers and the teams are really going to change their strategies up, as Dixon now enters the pits in the number 52 Pulse Simsport entry. So yeah, I think that could be, that's what I'm going to predict with regards to where the drivers might decide, yeah, the track's really rubbering in now, we can really push a little bit more. And again, Parker's running in the 2:07.2s in that BMW, so he could be the benchmark where everyone might have to react accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. And just Aaron Walker in chat said the tyres have melted on slicks now. So that's an interesting move if they have gone onto slicks indeed while it's still raining. It's a brave move, but I'm not quite sure the will of whether it's just a bit of banter. If you can confirm that, Aaron, because I'm not sure. Obviously, we're not out there on track, but it still looks pretty damp. Yeah,
so I think in many respects, Angus Martin has just said that he has now finished his stints. And it's quite interesting. Now Parker's on the back bumper of Martin Pilkington. And that BMW, I'm just going to keep an eye on the... he's just said banter, mate. Thank you very much. They're 2:07.8 for James Parker. As now Crossland and Hendrickson have pitted. Oh, Parker's trying to go for the lead. Martin Pilkington runs wide. And that means that the BMW from Coach Dave Academy back into the lead with just over an hour and 10 minutes still remaining. Now, Steve, I need to ask you a question. Who do we know that might be close to that 80-minute window of exhausting how many minutes they've been behind the wheel? Do we actually have an insight on that, I wonder?
To be honest, no, because it's like I said at the beginning, it's so easy to lose track of who's behind the wheel and who's done what pit stops, and with regards to where they are. But Pinchbeck's been behind the wheel for a while. He's there in the pits now. Be interesting to see if he comes back out or whether it's Regan Mitchell that comes out. How long's Parker been behind the wheel now as well? That's another one to ask. I know Macaulay who did the first stint, but he was only a very short first stint.
It was just, I think it was about 30 to 40 minutes. So, yeah, if you put it in with, yes, if you add, let's say it's 40 minutes, and James Parker goes out there for effectively 80 minutes, so that is effectively, what, an hour and 20?
An hour and 20,
that's the maximum. Yeah. Hour and 20, then effectively Joe Macaulay will have to do the remainder of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's going to be quite interesting. Looks like Denise Pope is now serving the stop go 30, and now has taken the second mandatory pit stop for the Wild Things entry, the Lexus, as there is Rich Smith in the 101 Team Vodafone livery.
Yeah, that's a healthy position. Rich Smith in 12th place. In reality as well, as it were, because he's only got one pit stop left to do as well. He's obviously, I'm not sure how far behind Haley is. We're going to get a time gap now. He's showing us only 5 seconds behind Haley in 11th. And we know that Rich Smith's a quick driver on the day, and that we know that Porsche is very loose, so that could be a battle in the making ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Aaron's just mentioned on YouTube. I don't know whether to believe him or not. Steve's only 1 second off our wet tyre pace. Heat is improving. Well, we'll wait and see what his lap times are. I'm keeping an eye on that at the moment. He's just put in a 2-minute 13.4 at the minute. So, and he's currently running in P11. as Shamatinsky is just behind Fabien Puffet from the teammate of Charlie Crossan. So this is Fabian's first stint, I believe. So he runs wide. Shamatinsky up the inside.
Shamatinsky's got that move done, and Fabien will be in that car to the end of the race now, because obviously Charlie has, he did 2 stints, so he must be up to his, or close to his 80 minutes. Aaron Walker saying that they're doing 2:09s now, which is not a bad pace. It's not terrible.
I've got a little bit of news to tell you. The fastest lap of the race so far, and this was 13 minutes ago. James Parker at 2 minutes 474 in that BMW. We are getting closer and closer. And you know, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how some drivers do respond. I'm waiting to see Steve Haley's lap times when they do come in.
But the other interesting thing as well is, I mean, it's, you know, the other driver swap races that we've done here at Simsport have all been just one-off races. This is part of a 4-round championship, so there will be points for tonight. Will the BMW be as fast at the other tracks? Will the Mercedes be as quick at the other tracks? You know, what we're seeing tonight may not be represented on the other tracks. And let's think about the championship battle that's ahead as well, because it's going to be exciting to see. You know, like you say, 4 rounds, 2.5 hours each round of racing. There's a lot of points up for grab, and there's a lot of race time ahead.
Right, okay. Just keeping an eye on the respective stints. Now, James Parker's first stint was over an hour, 1 hour and 3 minutes, and he's now been in the car for, well, I mean...
Just a car parked at the side of the track there as well. I'm not quite sure who that was, but somebody had gone off the track and into the barrier.
Yeah, so I think at the end of it all, it's just really dependent on how much the drivers really want to push the envelope with regards to the maximum time. I think, you know, we will wait to see what the... Now, I just had a look at Aaron Walker's first stint here, Steve. He did 1 hour and 13 minutes. And Steve Haley... Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting how... you know, we're looking at this new live timing, and it's quite interesting to see how the drivers are really, really pushing forward. The gap now between Parker and it's just, you know, he's done a 2 minutes 7.6 as Parker. I mean, this pace from that BMW, it sounds almost alien, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It does sound alien, but that's why I was trying to make the point, you know, that there are other tracks coming up, and it will be interesting to see how the BMW fares at the tracks like, you know, Bathurst, Monza. Yeah, they're all fast tracks, but some of the other cars will come into their own, and it'll just be very, very interesting to see how it pans out as a championship, you know, as we go forward. And just looking at the weather, we're literally in 10 minutes we are going to have no rain, so things will start to dry up, and the final sort of 30 to 40 minutes of this race could be on a dry track.
I've been keeping an eye on Steve Haley's lap times, Mr. Proudley. 2:09.630, personal best in sectors 1 and 2 from the number 24 from Simply Race. And Densham in the number 36 entry. That is Phantom Sim Racing, partnered with Niall Schleter. They look to have made their second mandatory pit stop, but we've yet to see who has decided when they're going to throw the dice and go for broke, as we have just over 63 minutes of this race remaining. Jordan Burrows partnered with, in the 185, with Harry Spears. You know, they're still running in 7th position, but the gap between Burrows and McGregor is about 3.3 seconds at the minute. So McGregor and Monroe have done I think they've done a really, really good sort of strategy call here, because even with just over an hour to go, that Bentley has gone really, really well. And I'll be interested to see. I'm just going to have a look at how McGregor is running at the moment in terms of the stint side of things, and I've just been having a look that McGregor has been running at the moment. His personal best was a 2-minute 9.216, but the Bentley currently running in the 2:11, a high 2:11s at the moment from McGregor, and it's actually pitted. So they have decided, is this where they've gone for broke, and they're going to run it right to the end of the race? Because we've seen it from John Munro that he can push that car very, very far indeed. As we look at the clamshell bonnet on the Aston Martin of PSR 118's Jack Roderick, looking a bit forlorn, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just like a little bit of contact at the front, but the Aston Martin up behind him there is really, really pressing now. The 617 of Simsport. He's looking to try and make a move, and he's certainly going for the inside line into turn 1, but he's not close enough on this occasion. He's just tuck back in behind and wait for another opportunity. But he's certainly putting the pressure on now. Just going back to Haley and Smith, Haley's last lap was a 2:10.2. Smith's was a 2:09.8. The laps before there were a 2:09.6 each. They were pretty much dead same on time. So that battle there that I was thinking may get a bit closer is just staying pretty stagnant at around about 5 seconds at the moment. But yeah, Haley's lap times are still, they're a little bit off the pace of the other guys. But as we've seen, that Porsche is very, very loose still, and in these changing conditions, it's going to be an evolving car as well as an evolving track. We'll have to see how that goes.
Well, I'm just having a look at the stint times. John Munro put in a 58-minute and 50-second first stint on the car, and McGregor now is effectively in his second stint, and he's been only in the car for just over 25 minutes. So I'm wondering, are Simply Race Sancho Simsport going to do a 4-stopper? Because it's 3 mandatory stops, and if they decide to play the long game, what they could do is Ross McGregor goes in, and with around about maybe say 20, the remainder of that time. So for John Munro, he will need to be in that car for an additional, maybe let's say 28 minutes to make it 76, and they meet the minimum. They don't hit the maximum driver allocation in terms of running time. That could really be a strategy call that put the cat amongst the pigeons, as we've got just under an hour remaining of this race.
Yeah, well, it would be. It seems strange that they want to do an extra pit stop through choice, but with the forecast changing, with it's going to go to a dry track, I'm pretty certain we're going to see some slick tyres in this race at some point. So everybody's going to have to pit for those, but everybody else in the field has got to make one more stop anyway. So it may be that they're going to hang out there a bit longer and just wait for that opportunity. But yeah, I don't really understand the strategy there, to be honest with you, as to why you would even want to make an extra pit stop.
Well, John Munro looks to be back behind the wheel of the car now. So it has changed, and they have effectively now, they are the first team out of all 29 to go into 0 pit stop, mandatory pit stops required, with just over 58 minutes on the clock, 58.5 minutes still to go in this race. As that we just noticed a good move between Stim Pasmont and the number 118 of PSR 118's Jack Roderick going through first corner. And Munro now down in 13th. Looks like Glenn Guest in the number 53 Pulse Simsport B entry has now decided to go in for the final mandatory pit stop on this particular occasion. So it's still very much up in the air, I think, here, Steve.
Yeah, it's still all to play for. Like we say, the weather's going to change soon. The track temps is around about 26 degrees, so once it does stop raining, it will dry out quickly. Pretty much the majority of the field, I'm right in saying, have got 1 pit stop left. There is literally just John Munro and Guest that have cleared their pit stops now. But if it does dry up, I'm sure they're going to have to make an extra stop anyway, just to put some slicks on, because I don't believe that we're going to get to the end of this race on wet tyres. I may be wrong. The weather forecast may be wrong, but I don't think so. I think we're going to see some slicks.
I think you could be right, because the track temperature has now started increasing. It was 25 degrees. It's now up to 26. Now, Monroe at the moment, I'm just keeping an eye on his... I'm just going to keep an eye on his lap times at the moment. He just did a 2-minute 19.227. Now, for those wondering, for those that do know of John Monroe, he's not just a very accomplished sim racer. He also is a very accredited real-life racer in his own way. 22 years old from Glasgow. I've known John for about 5 or so years, and he is quite quick behind the wheel, both in real life and also on a sim as well. And a fellow countryman of his, David Christie, for those who might know of Canberra Media, we always have a running joke, myself and David. David always goes, I'm just so disgusted about how much talent John Monroe actually has. Well, at 22 years of age, where you are a credible race winner, both in sim racing but also real life, the skills we can see are so transferable nowadays in this wonderful world of technology here, Steve.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and that's what's been shown over this sort of course of 2020 is obviously with the things that everyday life changing and COVID lockdowns and things like that. We've seen a lot of real world racers come to sim racing to keep their skills sharp, as it were, and try and translate their skill sets and abilities onto the sim world. And a lot of them have done it very, very successfully. And it's made for some great racing and some great community growth. But yeah, he's a talented lad, and as I've said several times during this stream tonight, in the other races that he's taken part in, he's shown some great pace and some, more importantly, great consistency.
So for those wondering, when does it signify that they have got no more mandatory stops to make? It is when they have green, and it looks like the 53 Pulse Simsport B entry with Glenn Guest behind the wheel, they have no more mandatory pit stops to make. Mark Neutlings from Markada Racing, partnered with Adam Isolovic, running at the top 25. They have also served their mandatory pit stops, and looks like fate hasn't really shone on Paul Lindsay and Chris Bowman at the moment. The PC Racing duo and the 212 Honda NSX have now got a stop go 30, I would imagine, for speeding in the pit lane. They have also served their mandatory 3 pit stops in this race with just 55 minutes on the clock to go. There is Chris Bowman, and will now go into the pits to serve the penalty.
Yeah, it's really sort of heartbreaking when you get that stop go for speeding in the pit lane, because it is effectively, it's literally a it's another pit stop, and it's just not what you need. You've cleared all your pits, you've got a green box. It means you can, if weather conditions permitting, and we can see the rain has stopped now from that windscreen, so the track is going to start drying with 54 minutes still left on the clock. So like I say, I think even those guys that have got green boxes next to their names to say they've done all their pit stops, they are going to be very much, I think, at a disadvantage to these other guys, because they're going to have to do an extra pit stop.
Yeah, we ride on board the Lexus of Denise Pope in the number 79. They're now back into the top 20.
But that's a good drive from Pope and teammate, because they've had a stop go, so they've been pushed right down the order, but they're still up there in 20th place, which is pretty much a real-time position considering everyone around them's got to make another pit stop as well. So that's a good drive. That just shows what determination and keeping going does. It's sort of like say they're in 20th place and having a good battle, good show.
Yeah, the number 81 of Shamatinsky has now pitted. So I'm wondering whether there is going to be a handover back to William Hendrickson, as they, with just over 53.5 minutes to go of the race here at Suzuka, have now served all of their 3 mandatory pit stops. Just keep your eyes on John Monroe in the 23 Bentley in 13th place, but I fear that John Monroe will have to pull into the pits and then hand over back to Ross McGregor, so they do not exceed the 80-minute maximum driver time that you can spend behind the wheel.
Just to mention Haley as well, his last lap was a 2:09.9, but more importantly, the lap before that was a 2:08. So he has found a bit more pace at some points on the track, and his lap times are improving, albeit not 100% consistently at the minute. But he is finding some better traction, and maybe as the track does start to dry up, as we can see there from the graphics, that there is definitely a dry air line appearing. That Porsche maybe might settle down a little bit, and we might find some more pace from the Porsche.
Yeah, Stin Passport now pits from 14th. Denise Pope has also pitted, and also in 24th, number 54 Pulse Simsport pairing of Markus Hagel. Funnily enough, Hagel is German for hail. If anyone remembers the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife a few years ago, when it absolutely hailed it down and brought out red flags when everyone was on slicks, partnered with Roberto Santoro in the Porsche 991 GT3 R.
Just mention the track temp has gone up to 27 degrees now. It's stopped raining, and the track is classed as damp. So I think guys the ones that are pitting now will probably be putting slicks on.
I was going to say, are you going to get your teeth back in there, Steve? Because you just said tramp, I think, didn't you?
No, I'm sure it was your hearing, but maybe the YouTube chat will put me right, won't it? I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. But Fabien Piffet in the number 66 has just put in a 2:07.1 and has set the fastest sector in Sector 2. So, and is about 46 seconds off of James Parker. And then you've got the number 52 of Pulse Simsport's Simon Crane rounding out the top 3 positions. Oh, Parker in the pits. So this could be, I think, the last pit stop. And I think Parker will now hand over to Joe McCauley from Coach Dave Academy with just over 51 minutes to go as they parked it on what was effectively the end of... you have been... I knew my hearing wasn't causing me problems. You might want to have a look at the chat on YouTube, Steve.
I've seen that, and it's from Dave, who's hiding behind the keyboard as ever.
I know. I was waiting for when you were going to rib him about that.
Well, I'm sure when he's put enough practice in and he's got quick enough and talented enough, he'll join these guys on track.
Rather than having an Alex Wirtz moment. Right, Rich Smith and Daniel Parker have both pitted from 12th and 13th respectively. So just keep your eyes. Look, P-Face has put in a 2-minute 5.7. Track really coming to the drivers. Monroe now on a 2:06.3. We are getting closer and closer to those lap times. Now I'm wondering... because some of the drivers now starting to pit, and this is where it's going to get rather... John Monroe, I've just been informed, has been out on slick tyres. Oh my goodness me. John Monroe, if he's putting in the 2:06.3s, that Bentley could be on a real charge, and he's got Alan in the 21, and then Roderick in the 118 just up ahead. I did say that the Bentley could prove to be really, really good earlier on in the broadcast, Steve, and Monroe clearly is definitely picking up the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. But just remind me, because I'm not seeing it. But the stint time. Are you telling me that John Monroe still he hasn't got enough stint time left to finish this race? He has to pit to swap.
He has to pit to swap. So I'm wondering whether he's putting in the hot laps now to make sure that he hands over the car to Ross McGregor, because it's been quite difficult to keep a track of these stint times. So John Monroe, okay, I'm just having a look at this at the moment. So John Monroe has been in this car.
John Monroe now is in the slipstream of Allen. He's looking to make a move. I mean, the track is really drying up very, very quickly, almost unbelievably quickly. They're not in again.
2:05.6. Yeah, 2:05.6. John Monroe has to pit I've sort of had a look, and it looks like it could be he has about 6 minutes behind the wheel of that car, or 7 minutes before he actually has to pull it in. Otherwise, they will exceed. Because we're looking at some new timing here on Simsport Racing, and Biffet has now taken the lead and has put in a 2:05.1. So the Team Fordzilla crew of Biffet and Crossland looking very, very good here at the moment. But I think at the end of the day, I'm not 100% sure with the stint times, but John Munro looks to be closing towards the end of his time in the car, as Ross McGregor has done just over 25 minutes. So John really needs to get past these two to really give Ross McGregor an opportunity to shine behind the wheel of that Bentley. And if John has looked after these tyres, which with these two battling, oh, it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of the corner there. That's going through 200R. And that is, I think that's Roderick who's just got past. He's going to try and get up the inside of Alan in the Audi, and he hasn't made it through. But John Munro, look at it from this perspective, John Munro will have to park the car very, very shortly. But the biggest thing here is that if he looks after those tyres, and that is what is allowing to happen behind behind Alan in the Audi, Dean Allen, that could really give him an opportunity to Ross McGregor to really push the envelope hard and go for it in the last 40+ minutes of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's no doubt about it. Ross McGregor's talented enough, as is John Munro, to really get some laps in and put some good times in. But I can't help but feeling they're giving themselves an uphill battle by making an extra pit stop compared to everybody else. So it'll be interesting. I might just drop John Munro a message at the end of the race and sort of try and get his thinking behind the strategy.
Yeah, well, it looks like Joe McCauley's actually behind the wheel, because obviously the thing is that with the timing, it's not giving us a true representation, but it does. The thing is it's quite new for us, this timing, so we will obviously wait until all these stewarding decisions. They will look into everything, so the results will be provisional pending the full stewards inquiry post-race. And we don't really want to sort of take away from what's been a fantastic race so far. We're now into around about the last 45 minutes of this race, and it's looking very interesting a little bit further down the order. Biffet leads from Team Fordzilla with McCauley 34.3 seconds behind, and I've just had a look. Shomatensky has just put in a 2-minute 5.0. Steve Haley's on the 2:05.1s. The track now has increased from 25 at the beginning of this race in terms of temperature, now up to 27 degrees Celsius. The track now not showing any longer as damp, it's showing as greasy. So this is where it's really going to start coming to the drivers, because the rain has stopped. The drivers now able to push like crazy. The lap time's coming down. I think this is going to be a race to the wire at the end of it all, Steve.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, at the end of the day, it's looking like McCauley's 35 seconds for round figures behind Biffet, and the car number 66 in the lead is lapping at the moment about a second a lap faster.
Oh!
As we see a mistake there and nearly a collision.
That was that's Simon Crane, but just behind him was the 101 of Rich Smith. So that was not a battle for position, and there was a Honda trying to get past in the meantime. Oh! Crane has a little tag with Smith as a result of it, and just behind there is the number 33 of Sedgley there. Very interesting how things have started to sort of unfold before our very eyes, and in many respects here, Steve, it's going to be rather interesting how these drivers will really start winding up whip on these cars in the latter stages.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think that was a bit of a rough move, in my opinion, from car number 52, and will probably receive some attention from the stewards, even though he was lapping Rich Smith. And there are ways to do that, and that wasn't the way to do it, from what I saw on the screen. But yeah, it's been some good racing. But again, McCauley's last lap was a 2:03.03. Biffet's was a 2:03.2, so pretty much within a tenth or so of each other on the last lap. So that gap's going to stay the same, which means that when car 66 comes in for his pit stop, he is going to come out, be kept behind the 888 BMW.
Well, the fastest lap of the race is in the hands of Joe McCauley, a 2-minute 3.033. That was over nearly 2/10 of a second quicker than Piffet from... It's going to be really interesting just to see how that racing dynamic gets on, because there's 33.9 seconds between the pair, and there's a tag through the Degners, and this is where it starts. The domino effect sort of starts a little bit, and that, yeah, because you can see that the Pulse Simsport car has actually let the 101 pass and up through the hairpin.
Yeah, not quite sure what was going on there, to be honest, from the positions and everything. Like I say, I think the stewards will take a look at that whole thing, the lead up to it, a couple of corners previous. It'll all get sort of investigated, and results will be maybe affected from that one.
So it's still getting rather interesting. Drivers still making their way around the circuit, and okay. 23 is in the pits. That is the Simply Race Zancho Simsport car. And John Munro being behind the wheel going into the pits. But I have a feeling that Ross McGregor will be the one that will be getting behind the wheel. And so we have Ivan Shomatinsky in the 81 Mercedes running at the top 5 positions, trying to close on the likes of Crane, who's just up ahead in the 52 Pulse Simsport entry.
Yeah, the guys that are in trouble at the minute, sorry just to interrupt there, but just the guys that are in trouble, it's Pinchbeck and Mitchell, because just in the YouTube chat, Chris has said we are in dire trouble on wets trying to get to his stint. So basically Regan's trying to stay out there to finish his stint so that Chris is not going to go overtime when he takes over. And Mitchell's last lap was a 2:11. So they're a long way off the pace now, and it's really hurting them if they're still out there on wets. Like I said, they're just trying to run the clock down to swap over to Pinchbeck.
Oh, that's really compromised them big time, because they are going to literally be siphoning time. And Macaulay is the first driver to go sub 2:03 in the race. A 2-minute 2.298 from the 888 from Coach Dave Academy. Fastest in sectors 1 and 2. And that really, that from my perspective, I think really does up the ante, as Burrows and Crane now in the pits.
Yeah, Haley's up to 6th place, and he's done a 2:03 as a fastest lap as well now, albeit a 2:03.8. So again, the Porsche is coming onto the pace now that it's got some more stable conditions, shall we say, and he can keep that back end maybe a little bit more under control and start to really push. But if these guys can sort of finish in the top 10 in that Porsche, it'll be an absolutely awesome result from them, from what's been a very difficult race in that car with these conditions, I would say.
And there is Steve Haley in the number 24 Porsche, the Simply Race entry. And you can just see how much dirt, debris and rubber has been picked up by the front splitter, the side skirts and possibly the rear of the vehicle. As Haley really getting his... he's got the bit between his teeth now, and he will start chasing everybody down.
Yeah, we've seen Steve, and we see Steve week in, week out racing in the regular Simsport races, and he's very much a never give up attitude, as is his teammate Aaron Walker. So two very well matched drivers of equal sort of ability, and they've done very well, like I say, to get this car to where it is in these conditions, because it's not been easy for them.
So just over 39 minutes still to go in this race. And it's still anyone's guess, what is going to happen.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've got McGregor, obviously, who's back in the car now, and he's in P13 now, looking to close down on 12th place, who has yet to make another stop anyway. So I think McGregor's got 12th place definitely in the bag, and we're looking to try and climb up to maybe 11th, somewhere around there, just depending on the split. Can't quite see what the gap is at the moment. Yeah,
so Matt Kennedy comes into the pits for the final time with just over 38.5 minutes remaining in the 626 Total Performance Racing Nissan GTR. And Ross McGregor in the car, I think, for what is going to be his last stint. So he's going to bring it home. And just behind him is Sin Passport in the 617 Dam Busters Motorsport. There's Fabien Piffet from Team Fordzilla in the number 66. as we are now about to hit 51 laps, and I think he just decided to back out there. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Macaulay, and Macaulay is on the verge of breaking into the high 201s. He's put in a 202, 282 as Gianluca De Luca looking to close on the 119 entry. That is Simsport with Jeffrey Wolf now behind the wheel. This is a battle for position, the final spot in the top 20. And Regan Mitchell now in the pits for their final time. And it is all down to Gianluca De Luca goes a bit wide, trying to go towards the outside of Jeffrey Wolf through the first part of Spoon Curve, but brings it back onto the black stuff. And now we'll start to close on the McLaren just up ahead. So it's 720S GT3 against 720S GT3 on the run up to 130R.
Yeah, Gianluca won't mind me saying I don't think that was nearly one of his signature moves, as we've seen him do a few times, where he's a bit hot into the braking zone, just trying very, very hard to get moves done on the cars in front, and he did well to pull that back and get it back onto the track without costing himself too much time. But he's certainly trying to push the McLaren in front of him, and indeed the McLaren dives off into the pits, giving Gianluca 20th place.
Yep. And just behind, there's a wild Jaguar in the midst, and that is Samuel still behind the wheel of the number 37, currently rounding out the top 16 positions. So a really, really good run from Johan Pedersen and Marian Samol in the Soul Jaguar XKRS GT3, looking a bit battle-scarred at the front, unfortunately, but they've still managed to make it through. And with just over 36 minutes remaining, local server time now 3 p.m. as the clouds are still up in the air, quite dark, but it is a green track, so it's still going to be a bit of trepidation here, Steve, because it's not completely dry. There's still going to be bits on the circuit where the dampness has yet to go away, and there's only so much water you can clear with the wet weather tyres before it turns into a very, very dry track indeed.
Yeah, I mean the term green track on there, it just means that when it rains, the rubber gets washed away from the track. The track has dried out now, so basically it's green. There's no rubber on the track. They're putting the rubber back into the track, so it's not so much the water. It is just getting that extra stickiness back into the track from the rubber off the tyres. So it'll come to them. It's still very treacherous to drive in these conditions. The cars will still feel a little bit loose here and there. But yeah, definitely, it's a lot better than it was when they started the race. It's only going to get better in the last 35 minutes as time goes on, and they put the laps in. There's plenty of cars left on the track putting those laps in. Yeah.
So in many respects, Samol trying to close up. Looks to be Gianluca De Luca just up ahead, and that is the case.
Just interestingly, Pinchbeck is in the car now. Regan Mitchell's managed to obviously get off those wet tyres. Pinchbeck's come out onto slicks and he's dropped into 11th place, so not too bad. And he's only 1.3 seconds behind Smith. Now, Smith won't be an easy man to overtake by any stretch of the imagination. Haley's cleared his last pit stop as well, interestingly, and it's Walker now back in the car for the final stint, and he's 21 seconds behind 8th place. So like I said earlier, those two guys keeping that Porsche in the top 10, fantastic result for those guys.
And if you've enjoyed the stream here on the relevant channels, but most particularly the Simsport Racing YouTube channel, please don't forget to give this video a like. Give it a thumbs up, and also whilst you're at it, if you're new to Simsport Racing, please don't forget to subscribe and also hit the notification bell so at least you can be apprised of whatever happens here at Simsport Racing, the place to race. As Macaulay, again, he's gone faster than anybody in sector number 3, the fastest sector 3 of the race, 26.81 second sector, and fastest in the other side of things, fastest sector for sector 2 is Harry Spears on a 53.904, and it is the number 23 Bentley of Simply Race Sancho Simsport, a 40.083 for the Bentley, or during the wet we like to call it the Boatley.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been. I mean, I think you'll agree, and I think the guys at home will agree. Watching, in those wet conditions, there was some absolutely outstanding racing. Just because it was torrential rain, it was a wet track. Here, there was standing water, there was spray everywhere. The guys were struggling to see the braking points. But did that stop them racing up close and personal? No, it did not. It was absolutely awesome. And the first sort of hour or so, an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, absolutely fantastic driving at such a high level from everybody involved on this grid, wouldn't you agree?
I definitely concur 100% with that statement there, Mr. Proudley. It's been an absolutely fantastic race. We've seen great close quarter combat. Jack Roderick now closing up on the number 52 from Pulse Simsport, Sir Miles Dixon, really coming under fire for what is 6th position on the road. But Roderick still has a pit stop to do. Don't forget that Dean Allen in the PSR 119 number 21 Audi also has another pit stop. So at the minute, the majority of the grid, Sedgley and Samol now serving what will be their last pit stop. So it will be effectively be a half-hour sprint to the flag here at Suzuka.
Yeah, and I'm just looking down the leaderboard as well as we're watching this battle. You've got Parker in 15th. It's been a good race for those guys. Reese Wiggin in 19th, Pope in 20th. They've all had good results because they've all, there's been a few incidents here and there for them, but they've all, kept faith, kept going, kept racing, and it's paying off for them. They're climbing up the leaderboards. And what is a very talented field, they're having some good positions as we've seen Roderick go into the pits now to clear that final pit stop. As Dick also has as well in car 52.
And also, Alan in the number 21 has also pitted.
Yep.
So we are going to have ourselves an absolutely brilliant half an hour or so of this race still in the bag here at Suzuka for the first of 4 rounds of the Simsport ACC GT3 Driver Swap. Ross McGregor now 3 seconds behind the number 43 of Chris Pinchbeck, who's running in the 2:02.3s and has set personal bests in sectors 1 and 2. But McGregor is running in the 40.9s as someone's had a bit of a moment there. And that, I think, is Miles Dixon really pushing hard. And you can just see now the clouds of dust are starting to appear rather than rain spray from the back ends of these rear-wheel drive GT3 Leviathans.
Yeah, and Pinchbeck's in the 2:01s now with his lap times, so he's more or less matching the leader. He's done a 2:01.8, the leader, and the leader's done a 2:01.8, so he's literally, we're talking 1,000th or so slower. So Pinchbeck's really finding his pace in these in the last 30 minutes of this race, so maybe it's not over for him.
Yep, so we will keep our eyes on how things proceed, and yeah, it's looking very, very interesting how these drivers are really pushing. Guest in the number 53, that's Glenn Guest in the Pulse Simsport B entry, now is in 15th position as Ross McGregor now up into 10th place. And for those wondering, the track has now turned to fast. Well, with the lap times we're seeing, McGregor's running in the 2:02.1s.
Just have a look at Macaulay's 2:01.824, Pinchbeck's 2:01.824. They matched lap times. I mean, you don't often see that, but that's the leader and Pinchbeck, who's currently down in 9th place. So yeah, like I said, Pinchbeck's really found his pace now, and he's getting into his groove. And he's only just over 3.5 tenths of a second adrift of Smith in the 101 just up ahead. So the battle for position well and truly on. They go, making their way through 130R, and the 101 there of Rich Smith now having to fend off Chris Pinchbeck. And Pinchbeck has actually set the fastest lap first sector of anybody. He did a 40.665. We've got just 29 minutes of this race remaining. And Piffet is trying to close on Shomatensky. The gap between the 81 and the 66 now 6.6 seconds. And we're still just under 29 minutes remaining. I think that is more than enough time for Piffet to close on Shomatensky, wouldn't you say, Steve? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you keep pushing and be consistent, keep getting those lap times in, definitely nothing's over. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we've had 30-minute races within the GT3 season, so we've still got technically a full race ahead of us as we're seeing Pinchbeck really putting the pressure on Smith. Now, these two guys practice a lot. Both of them put lots and lots of laps in. Both of them are pretty experienced, and more importantly, they practice together a lot as well. So Pinchbeck will know Smith's moves, and Smith will know Pinchbeck's moves. So it'll be very, very interesting to watch this battle unfold as Pinchbeck's really, you know, he's got the pace on Smith, but can he get the job done and get past him? That's a different matter.
You know what's really funny? You might want to keep your eyes on Fabien Piffet. Apparently he's just done a 2:01.758. The track is really coming to the drivers in these dying stages of this race. Now we go on board with Harry Spears, who's now battling away with Miles Dixon. This is for 5th position out on the road, and in many respects this could be a decisive moment. But Piffet, look, Piffet is closing on Shemetinsky for 2nd place. Piffet was 6.6 seconds behind. He's now got it down to 5.8. So the Team Ford Zillard pairing really going great guns. Charlie Crossland has done a lot of hard work behind the wheel, but now it's down to Fabien Piffet to try and really pick up the slack and roll with it and try and do his utmost. He's got a 34.5 second gap over Aaron Martin Pilkington in the Seoul Nissan in the field. And Macaulay is just trying to really go absolutely hell for leather and try and just bridge that gap, and that gap is absolutely expanding like nobody's business at the moment with just under 27 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen battles all over the field, as we've seen McGregor as well. He's actually 3.7 seconds behind Pinchbeck and potentially going to close that gap up a little bit more, because if Pinchbeck and Smith really start to battle, then that's going to help McGregor catch them. So yeah, there's some battles all the way down the field. Like you say, we've got Spears here chasing down Dixon. We've got Piffet chasing that down 2nd place as well, and we've got Aaron Martin Pilkington somewhere in the middle of it all with those guys. And you know, Walker up to 7th place now, although he's a bit out on his own at the moment, putting a strong 7th place and putting some good lap times in as well.
Okay, update on fastest laps of the race. Fabien Piffet now has put in a 2-minute 1.647, fastest first sector out of anybody with a 40.686. And it looks like that Harry Spears has also got the bit between the teeth. The 185 currently rounding out the top 6 as the fastest in sector 2 with a 53.718. So some great lap times coming through. And then we've got the number 33, and that is of Sedgley. So Daniel Sedgley, rounding out the top 15, has just put in a 26.766 for sector number 3. So 3 different teams up and down the order within the top 15 have set the best sectors in sectors 1, 2 and 3, as we've got just 25 minutes of the race remaining. Track now nice and clear and dry, and the drivers not holding back whatsoever. Macaulay puts in a 2-minute 1.659. I think a very good point here from James Hartnell, that they might be in dry tyres, but could they be on wet setups in some aspects, or they started on a dry setup and were compromised to start with, but now coming good. Very, very well put there, James. I must agree there, and I think you probably second that, Steve.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what the guys would have done, because obviously at the beginning, when you see the 3 weather slots, it was just showing rain, so it was a case of, you know, do you go for just a wet setup? Some of the guys, the wet setups won't vary an awful lot. Some of the guys, if they're honest, probably didn't even have a wet setup, so they would just be on a compromised dry setup, maybe raise the ride height a little bit and, like I say, play with the electronics and run a bit more aero maybe, but you know, who knows. We maybe some good questions to ask at the end, but yeah, very well put there, James. But like I said, we don't really know what setups they're running, and like I said, they may not have even had a wet setup. It might just be a compromised dry setup, as it were.
Piffet again has gone quicker than anybody. The number 66 has just put in a 2-minute 1.3. So a blistering lap time. The Mercedes, we were discussing this at length all the way through this race, as Pinchbeck right on the back bumper of Rich Smith now for 8th position. Ross McGregor, I did just actually see in the background is about 4.2 seconds adrift. So I'm wondering, they're running on a 2-minute 2 at the minute. So McGregor and Moreau could be looking at a top 10 finish. They tried to play the long game, but I don't think it's worked out quite how they might have anticipated it there.
No, I mean, to be fair, the way I'm looking at that, and I'm sure they won't mind me saying this, is that if you took approximately 40 to 50 seconds off their time now and see where they were in the field, that's all down to that extra pit stop that they had to make due to the driver's stint change. And I'm sure that's what's going to, it's the strategy that's hurt them there. They could have been a lot higher up in the top 10. I would have expected them to be in the top 6, to be honest.
Yep, so Harry Spears keeping 2 wheels on the right-hand side, go onto the grass and kick up the dust. But he's trying to chase down Miles Dixon just up ahead in number 52. This is the battle for 5th position. So at the moment, Macaulay having a big lead as we go behind. Look, another great angle. Big thanks to Mike Yao, our broadcast director, once again. We're now looking through the 3-pointed star on the front of Apex Racing's Chris Pinchbeck in the number 43 as he tries to close the gap once again to Rich Smith in the 101. And that looks to be the closest battle on the field at the minute, but there are gaps sort of starting to open up between respective drivers. Piffet again, he's consistently putting in the 2-minute 1.3s, and that is over 0.2 of a second quicker than the leader, who is now 39 seconds ahead of Shomatinsky in the 81 at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. That battle's getting tighter and tighter, but the battle with Pinchbeck and Smith, that's going to rage on because, as I said, Smith's not going to make it easy for him. Looking at Spears on Dixon here now, he's closed right up on that 52 Mercedes, and he's going to be looking to put some serious amounts of pressure on him now and try and steal that 5th place away.
Yeah, looks like we've also got Harry Gaylor in the number 53. Good spot by Kieran Vidargo. He's also running in the 201s. A 201.6 is now Spears looking to close on Dixon into first corner. Looking a bit closer. Dixon nearly opened the door there, but cuts across the front bumper of the 185 with plenty of room to spare as they go into the Snake Complex before the anti-bank curve that brings them into the left-hander at Dunlop before the 2 Degners. Really, really good battling between this duo, with Aaron Walker about 22.3 seconds behind in the number 24 Simply Race Porsche. But Macaulay and Parker really have had a good measure of how things were going to be in the wet and also in the dry. And Macaulay at the moment running in the 201.9, so keeping the pace relatively consistent as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Piffet was a 201.3 on his last lap, which was another fastest lap of the race. Smith 201.7, Pinchbeck 202.5. So Smith and Pinchbeck are still trying to keep tabs.
Oh, tangle there. Oh, Dixon got a turnaround, I think. I'm not too sure whether both he and Harry Spears came to blows. Again, great sportsmanship there from Harry Spears to let Dixon back past. I think he knew that that seems to me that looked to be a little bit of an incident going through into the hairpin, and Dixon came off worst, and Spears, being the gentleman, let him go past. 20 minutes on the clock still to go as Shomatinsky in the number 81 entry. That is Griphax Engineering running the Team Gruppe M Racing colours, normally sported by Maxi Goetz in the ADAC GT Masters, which has just recently concluded its season earlier on today at Oschersleben.
We've seen some cars that are just in the way of Piffet at the moment. He's trying to lap them as quickly as he can, but these guys that he's currently lapping are actually up close to the top 10 as well, so they're not exactly slow cars. So it's just a little bit awkward for him to get past, but he'll be keen to pass as soon as he can and carry on closing that gap then.
Yeah, he's just got past Upton. So let's have a look at the replay here. Now we're going to see it. Yeah. Now this is coming out of the hairpin. Oh yeah, there was a touch from behind, and unfortunately Dixon had to do a 360, but managed to keep the foot planted, spun the car around, and Harry Spears went, "Sorry, mate, position's back to you again." And the stewards will, I feel, look favourably on that in terms of good sportsmanship here at Simsport Racing.
Yeah, and I think Dave Hedges just needs to get his spell checker out because he's got his mind on other things with that last comment.
Well, at least we are past the 9 o'clock watershed, but we still have to keep it clean for everybody.
Absolutely, that's why I didn't read it out.
No. I looked at it. I had to have a little chortle myself as well as Daryl Upton trying to go up the inside of Stim Passport into the first corner. This is for 11th position as Fabien Piffet from Team Fordzilla has got past, and now we'll start to chase down the number 81 of Ivan Shamatinski. And Macaulay now on the 61st lap here at Suzuka. 18 minutes on the clock remaining, and at the moment Macaulay leads from Shamatinski, Piffet, Martin, Pilkington, Dixon, Spears, Walker, Smith, Pinchbeck, McGregor, Passpont, Upton, Clements. Then we've got Daniel Parker running at the top 14 ahead of Sedgley in the number 33. That's Daniel Sedgley, teammate to Cody Pride in the EXR Esports Ferrari. And even though I thought we were going to have a lot more drama in the first, say, hour of this race, Steve, it's been pretty well controlled and everyone's been really, really respectful. They've given each other enough racing room to make the moves. As Piffet now closes on to Shamatinski, the gap now was around 2 seconds. It's now been truncated by the number 66 by about half a second over the last lap or so. But this is a perfect example. Dying stages of the race, it's still a battle for position.
Yeah, absolutely. It just goes to show the level of racing that we're having here at Simsport Racing on a regular occasion. You know, pretty much every race we have, whether it be GT4s, GT3s or the driver swaps, it's to a very high standard, and there's some fantastic drivers in here. And just while we're mentioning the fantastic drivers, I'm just going to throw this one out to the guys watching. If you want to comment on whichever media you're watching on, who would be your team of the day? We're not going for a driver of the day, but which team of the day would you say who's performed the best, who's generally put in the most consistent performance, and who's going to tick that box for us? So I'll put that out to the community to let us know.
Well put there, Steve. I couldn't agree more. 16 and a half minutes still to go. Looks like we have 27 cars still running, the last of which is the 212 of PC Racing's Paul Lindsay and Chris Bowman. And at the moment, behind the wheel of that car is Paul Lindsay at the minute.
Yeah, he's looking at Piffet in third place, 1.1 seconds off now, and really, really pushing. The battle with Spears and Dixon's 0.3 of a second off, and he's just not really. He's not going to give up, isn't Spears? Obviously, he had that little tap in the hairpin that would have put a few people off and they'd have backed off a little bit. But he's straight back on it and putting Dixon straight under the pressure again, as it were, and looking to try and take that move cleanly.
Well, we're already having some team votes for team of the evening, and James Hartnell and also Dave Hedges have said Coach Dave's Dave Academy. Great strategy and great speed from Dave Hedges. Dominating, very strong drivers. Oh, Spears and Dixon come to blows again, and we've got just over 15 minutes on the clock to go.
Yeah, that looked more like, to be honest, I was watching that from the start, and Dixon lost it and he spun round in the way of Spears. So, yeah, Spears didn't actually touch him in the early part, so that Dixon dropped it all by himself, I think, in the chicane.
And look who's behind them, the BMW of Joe Macaulay. My apologies there, Joe. So Spears now being let past by Dixon. I think... Spears, I think in some respects was well within his rights to start flashing the fog lights and say, look, that wasn't really fair on what's just happened. As now Piffet, look how close he is to Shamatinski. Shamatinski now coming under fire from Team Fordzilla in the dying stages of the race with 14 and a half minutes still to go. I wonder who's typing for Aaron Walker at the moment. Amy, is that you? Definitely Haley and Walker. Okay, so that's 2 votes for the Simply Race team in the Porsche, and looks to be 2 for Coach Dave Academy in the Triple Eight, who are currently leading. And we're now on to the 63rd lap, but Piffet, this is quite interesting that Charlie Crossland is actually being quizzed by all and sundry, saying, thought you said your teammate had never raced before.
Yeah, he did mention that to us in Discord earlier on in the week when he was looking for a teammate, and then he announced he had one, but he said he'd never raced in ACC before, so it's quite hard to believe when you see he's up in third place, but if he's a seasoned sim racer, then these guys can swap sims quite effectively and put on good performances. So I'm not gonna doubt Charlie, tongue in cheek maybe.
No. I have to say, Kieran Vidago has said, yeah, Team Fordzilla gets his vote. So in many respects, it's really good to see that the sim racing divide, when it comes to adapting to a new sim, I wonder how much time Fabian has actually put behind the wheel here on ACC once Charlie had got him as a teammate, and it's a strong showing, because they could be on the verge of getting second position, but it just depends on how much Shermatinsky actually does do so. And Fabien Puffet, again, another fastest lap of 2:01.305. The two Mercedes now head down to 1:30R, and you can see that little bit of brake lights showing on the back bumper of Shermatinsky going into 1:30R. I think that was the case. And Puffet looking to close, going into the Casio triangle. Yeah, I think Shermatinsky was hot on the brakes before they even hit the apex of 1:30R, just to try and keep the defensive on. But no, it wasn't actually. My apologies. But it was just really a lot of hard work from Fabien Puffet in the 66. He's gone to the inside, he's gone to the outside, he's outbraked him, and he's going around the outside of the first corner. Could get the run. Puffet, as he made the move, this is a great onboard, thanks to Mike Yao from Simply Race. Shermatinsky still ahead as they go into the Snake Complex. Puffet now, oh, it's nearly banging door panels between the pair of them. 12 minutes on the clock, the battle for second. It's now going to go the way of Team Fordzilla. Brilliant, brazen overtake from Fabien Puffet in the number 66. Wow, move of the evening.
Wow, did you see how late he was on the brakes there into turn one? He just steamrolled past him and then had the audacity to hang it round the outside, stayed on the inside for the next corner. But to be fair to Tim Machinsky, he tried to hang it round the outside as well. Great racing room given by both guys, great respect, fantastic racing, and blooming awesome camera work. Thanks, mate.
And that has literally, Tim Fulbrook goes, whoa, amazing, on the edge, and then some, Mr. Fulbrook. Good pick, Charlie Crossland, I must admit. Wow, that is definitely the biggest talking point, I think, since I joined Simsport Racing 5 months ago.
I think Mike Yao has got the move of the race with the camera. It's not on track, it's with the camera. That was the move of the race.
Yeah, these two have done the move of the race out on track, but Mike Yao, I think that is the best camera angle I have seen since I started sim racing commentary way back when, earlier on this year when the first lockdown happened. But Buffet now starting to pull away. Yeah, your check's in the post, says Mike Yao, Mr. Proudley.
I thought he was paying us to say that, mate, sorry.
No, he's not. No. Yeah. That's why my comment was directed at you, Steve.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, no worries.
Our broadcast director will be happy to see this. Tim Fulbrook says, breaking news, Mike Yao wins Camera Work of the Year 2020. And then some, I must add to that one. But yeah, brilliant spatial awareness by the pair of them. And Puffet already breaking away from Shermatinsky to the tune of over 8.5 tenths of a second. It's not going to be enough now for the duo from Fordzilla to close on Joe McCauley, because he's now got over a 40-second advantage at the minute, as it looks like Niall Schlitter has got a drive-through penalty, possibly for track limits. So this 2.5-hour race starting to take its toll on some of the drivers here at Suzuka.
Yeah, another couple of people to mention. Obviously, Walker's on the move. I don't think he's close enough to do anything now, but he's made up a lot of time on 6th place Dixon. Also, Pinchbeck and Smith, that battle's eased off. Smith's managed to drop Pinchbeck to the good tune of 2.6 seconds. But we've also got car 79, the Lexus of Pope. He's only 3 tenths behind 19th place Ferrari of Wigan, car 71. So, as we said earlier, she's having a fantastic race and she's actually making some moves, and she's not giving up with 9 minutes left to go. She's challenging Reese Wiggin at the moment.
Well, that's rather interesting as we go into the last 9 minutes of this race. And Parker from Lost Lexus has just lost out to Sedgley, who's gone round the outside through the first part of the Snake Complex to the number 33 Ferrari ahead of the 76 Lexus. Great move in the dying stages, and now Denise Pope looking to close on the 71 of Reese Wiggin through the two Degners. Oh, manages to catch it through the second one. I think Denise Pope was trying quite hard there, and yeah, the back end just stepped out as she tried to put the power down through the second Degner, but she managed to catch it in the nick of time there.
Yeah, potentially gathered it all back up again to try and have another go and catch Reese up and put some more pressure on him. But we're just looking at Macaulay now. And I think, to be fair to Parker and Macaulay, from lights out, they've just not done anything wrong, have they? I mean, we questioned that first pit stop when they pitted earlier than everybody else and put themselves in traffic, but it didn't affect them. They still regained the lead when everybody else pitted. They've shown great pace throughout the race. They've been consistent. As the conditions have dried up, they've got quicker and quicker and quicker. I mean, Piffet's now putting in is in the 2 minutes. 2-minute .912. But Macaulay and Parker, they've been there all the time. They've been within setting the fastest laps or very close to it all the time, so can't take anything away from those guys in the BMW tonight either. And it has to be said, it's very much a Mercedes track here as well. We were you can see all the Mercedes at one point were filling the top 6. So yeah, in the BMW, I won't say they were up against it, but maybe not quite as advantageous as the Merc boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting how things have developed, and it's just over 7 minutes to go. The amount of work that Piffet and Crossland have put in, and Piffet, fastest first sector of anybody. He went sub 40.5 on that blinding lap at 2-minute 9:12. I think there's still time in this track. I think the way that Piffet is going, he's going to try and close the gap to Macaulay as much as he can. But I think it could be a case that maybe Piffet could get closer and closer to that magic 2-minute barrier with 6 minutes and 40 on the clock still to go. There's still time for that to happen.
Yeah, I think he's racing he's very much racing the clock at the moment. He's racing the stopwatch for fastest lap times, and he's achieving them. He's doing really well, but he just needs to just bear in mind now 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go virtually. He just needs to bring it home for a fantastic and a well-deserved P2. And maybe this race could have been different if it had been dry from the start, but we have to race with what we're given. These guys certainly have done that, and there's 3 more rounds to go. So, like I say, just needs to bring it home. Second place, no heroics, nothing silly, because he could lose that second place if he makes a mistake.
Sorry, hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Fabien Piffet at 2-minute 2.079 with a 40.287 second first sector. Oh my goodness, I think Fabien might have just heard me. And he just said, "Yeah, I'm just gonna put the cat amongst the pigeons." A 2-minute 2.079. He's really amping up the wick, and the way that things are going, Piffet, he keeps on doing this. I mean, this is absolutely incredible pace for a guy that is known within the sim racing community. I think his nickname is Seven, if memory serves me correctly. And he's raced a lot on, I think it's Forza. That really just shows the character, the caliber of the teammate that Charlie Crossland has brought over to ACC, and already Piffet has been the biggest talking point of this race with the pace that he's put in, and just literally just going for it, absolutely throwing caution to the wind with just under 5 minutes to go. Piffet is on a run towards that fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, and we've got, just talking about the guys on a run, McGregor is in 10th place now, 3.8 seconds off the back of Pinchbeck. So while I think Pinchbeck sort of eased up and accepted 9th place, looking at his lap times, he's on doing 2:03s at the moment. And McGregor's, well, he did a 2:02, did Pinchbeck, sorry, it was unfair on his last lap. McGregor did a 2:02 as well, so maybe he's not going to close up, but he has closed that gap down a bit.
Oh, it's happened. 2-minute 1.860 from Piffet. Brilliant. The lap times are now coming to that car.
He's done, I mean, just to stop you, that's not his fastest lap. He's done a 2-minute. Dead.
Seriously?
Yeah, previously already he's done a 2-minute .8, I think it was. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was a 2-minute .8. He's not done. He's gone faster than the 2:01 already, buddy. A few laps ago.
Well, my goodness me, that is rather interesting, because the way that car is sort of haunched down, that looks to be that they put it on a dry setup and the car came to them when we had, and now the track is showing as optimum grip, and this is where the lap times are really coming in.
Thanks, Charlie. Charlie's saying it was a 0.9, sorry, but it was a 2-minute 0.9.
Oh my God. And look, he's only 9/10 off of that. There is still pace to come at the track being at its optimum. 20 degrees air temperature, 26 degrees track temperature. And, oh, Charlie Crossan has just said wet setup with dry aero. Interesting mix. Really interesting mix, as Macaulay has just put in a 2-minute 0.915.
Yeah,
so
still not the fastest lap of the race, so he hasn't beaten that 2-minute 0.9 of Buffet's.
I think it's literally thousandths of a second between the pair of them.
Yep. So I don't think they're going to stop pushing, because there is a point for the fastest lap as well. So there are points up for grabs with the fastest lap.
Yeah, there's still time to find. 2.5 minutes to go when we come to this absolute ding-dong battle between Rhys Wiggin in 19th, Denise Pope in 20th, and Gerard de Bar. So it is Ferrari versus Lexus and McLaren, and that is for 19th position. Oh, this is getting down to the wire here, Steve.
Yeah, and again, I say into the hairpin now. Pope just looking at the inside, but not close enough to do anything about it. But obviously, she has got the pace on Wiggin, because she's closed up that gap that she lost all that time that we saw earlier on a few laps ago. Although, having said that, the Ferrari just jumped out of that hairpin a little bit quicker than the Lexus. But it'd be interesting to see what happens down the back straight there. Yeah,
through into Spoon Curve. A little bit of a wider line taken by both Wiggin and Pope. De Bar trying to close in. Well, that is actually one of the Porsches behind, so De Bar is a bit further off. He's about 21.8 seconds off of this battle. As now Pope and Wiggin thread their way through into 130R. Pope really closing on the back bumper of the Ferrari, as they now will head towards...
She just switched back to the inside there, and is she going to get it stopped? Neither of them. They both just braked too late there. Both of them were trying their hardest, and it looks like Denise Pope came off the worst, as it were. Wiggin got it all sort of gathered up and away again before she did, so she's lost a bit of time. But yeah, they both really just missed the braking point there, and went very deep into that chicane.
Well, it looks like Joe Macaulay is going on to the final lap of the race. So we will effectively be on the, I think it's probably the 70th lap of this race. Dynamic 2.5 hour tussle. Fabien Puffet still rounding out the top two, and is 43.6 seconds adrift. So Rhys Wiggin just really has to try and watch out on what moves he does on Daniel Sedgley just up ahead. But the back marker traffic really coming into its own. But Joe Macaulay and Daniel Parker looking to steal a march on the rest of the opposition. 20 seconds on the clock remaining. It's been an absolute enthralling 2.5 hours here at Suzuka, Steve, but it still isn't over yet. There's still pride to be won and positions to be gained, as the number 53 is... Oh, now there has been... Checkered flag is out, and it looks like, zero on the clock. It strikes, and very shortly we will have a moment to remember for Coach Dave Academy here at Suzuka. And it looks like Wood in the 120 has got a 130-second time penalty post-race. But Joe Macaulay has done the absolute business. Down the dip towards 130R for the final time after 2.5 hours of a multitude of different weather conditions. Joe Macaulay and James Parker from Coach Dave Academy make their way through into 130R. Now into the Casio Triangle for the final time. It has been absolutely dominant supreme, as the BMW now comes out of last curve for the final time. 2.5 hours in the books. Coach Dave Academy wins the season opener for the ACC GT3 Driver Swap here in Japan. What a drive. Spears will take 5th.
Interesting to see Dixon car 52 with a 130-second penalty as well. The 130-second penalties, I believe, will be for exceeding driver stint times.
Oh, but now, having switched from one sim racing discipline to another, Fabien Piffet from France in the 66 for Team Fordzilla now makes his way through into the Casio Triangle, and I think by literally probably about 13 thousandths of a second, Piffet will hold on to the fastest lap of the race, which will give Team Fordzilla a point, as now Piffet brings the Mercedes back across the line after 70 laps, and Team Fordzilla will take second position. And then Griphax Racing, with Shelmatinsky behind the wheel, takes third, and they round out the rostrum. And we just wait for Aaron Martin Pilkington. He's now making his way towards 1:30R for the final time. Harry Spears in the 1:85 from Team Fordzilla & Co. will round out the top five. Aaron Walker and Steve Haley will take sixth for Simply Racing the 24 Porsche. But Aaron Martin Pilkington coming through to the Casio Triangle for the last time in this race. And what a drive from this duo from Total Performance Racing. Rounding out the top four in the Soul Nissan as Godzilla puts a few notches on the old Tomahawk, so to speak, and takes some scalps with it. Harry Spears and also his teammates in the 185, Jordan Burrows, they take fifth place ahead of Aaron Walker and Stephen Haley in the number 24 Porsche from Simply Race, the 101 of Team Vodafone's Rich Smith. And along with that, Dean Riley will take seventh position ahead of Chris Pinchbeck and Regan Mitchell in the 43. Apex Racing Mercedes, Ross McGregor and John Monroe from Simply Race Sancho Simsport round out the top 9. And rounding out the top 10 is the PSR 119 of Dean Allen and Darren Upton that complete the top 10, with the 617 of Dan Busters Motorsports, Stin Paspont and Angus Martin ahead of the 118. PSR 118 rounding out the next position. But what a dominant drive from Coach Dave Academy here at the opening round at Suzuka here, Steve. My goodness. And thank you to Charlie Crossland. The fastest lap was separated by 3 thousandths of a second. Oh my goodness me. So Team Fordzilla take the additional point for fastest lap of the race. Well done to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant racing from everybody. I think I said it with 30 minutes to go. The racing from everybody has been fantastic. The racing respect, the standards of racing, absolutely top-notch in such difficult conditions. We saw several times the sportsmanship of giving positions back, which is always great to see when you've made a mistake, you know, and you accept it and you give that position back. It makes for fairer, cleaner, better racing all round. And yeah, just the standard. But for me, the Coach Dave Academy car, they had it all covered tonight, didn't they? They were consistent. They had the pace in the rain, they had the pace in the dry, and they just did what they had to do, and they brought it home with a very commanding lead. And it has to be a difficult argument not to give them the drivers, or should I say team of the day, really, because they just did what they needed to do. Very, very close with the Team Fordzilla. You know, those guys are awesome racers as well, but at the end of the day, they're on the second step, unfortunately.
Yeah, Angus Martin has just said that Stin Paspont finished the race with 0.3 litres left in the tank of that Aston. God, you were definitely close to breaking the dam on that fuel tank, let alone keeping yourselves in position. But well done to Angus and Stin, and also a big well done to everybody that made it to the end of this race. I think it was 27 cars, so a total of 54 drivers made it to the end of this race at Suzuka. Wow.
Also, just in the chat, Kieran says Pope had to coast across the line as well. So obviously she was running the fuel to the absolute papers.
My goodness me.
And Aaron Walker says we'll take 6. And in fact, I mean, I kept saying it and going to sound like a fanboy, but those two in that Porsche, when you saw how loose that car was in the first sort of 2/3 of the race, really, or certainly over half the race, they did a great job to bring it home in 6th place. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, really, really good. I think it's now time to interview some of the top 3. So I think it's time for us to head down to the interview booth here on Simsport Racing. Wouldn't you agree, Steve?
Absolutely. Let's go speak to some drivers. Good evening, Steve. How are you, mate?
Not too bad, mate. Thank you very much. How are you?
Yeah, well, awesome race. Absolutely fantastic. I said it before the stream began, or should I say before the race began, we wanted to see some wet weather, and then we wanted it to dry up, and we got it all. But that Porsche, well done on your 6th place, mate, because that didn't look easy at all.
Not really, no. It was it was great fun. Unfortunately, it seems that we were quite underpowered on the straights, so whereby I was battling with Regan for quite a while, where he was holding me up in the beginning section of the circuit. He was able to pull away as soon as there were anything like a bit of a straight, but. It was a great race. I think we couldn't have done any better. I don't think. Maybe if we had a couple of spills, but it was okay. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to make sure you watch the stream back, buddy, because you'll be very proud of what's gone on tonight. The racing was absolutely phenomenal throughout the grid. There were some fantastic, actual battles in those very, very difficult conditions. It just goes to show the level of racing at Simsport Racing now, and it's just getting better and better and better. But I mean, just back to your race, is there anything you would have done differently that you did tonight, or was it just basically make the best of what you've got?
I think really, if we'd have prepared better, I think there's only one way we could have prepared any better, and it's like if we did some wet running beforehand. Obviously, the servers are all set to random, so we only get to run on what we're given, really. But the one of the sessions before the race, before the qualifying, was a wet session, so we was able to kind of get a rough kind of idea of where the pressures were for the start of the race, which we managed to get maybe a little bit too much, to be fair, but on the pressure wise. But I can't grumble. The car was good. The little setup changes we made for the wet was ample enough to keep us in the running. The stints were pretty good. Aaron's tyres on his first stint was overheating quite a bit, which kind of forced us to pit early. We did notice that one of the Bentleys seemed to be going super slow, so I can only assume that they decided that they'd try slick tyres before the track was kind of ready, really. And then realised they made a mistake.
That was, to be fair, John Munro. They did come out on slicks early, intentional, and they stayed out on them.
Wow.
And it sort of it did and it didn't pay off. It's another story for another time. But yeah, that was intentional, I think, and it sort of worked for them. But, I mean, Team Simply Race in the Porsche, fantastic result in 6th place. I bet you didn't really think you were going to get 6th place at one point, did you, in that race? But you did really well to bring it home there, mate.
Yeah, not at all. No, we didn't think. We was happy. We were more than happy with 6th place. So yeah, that's great, and to put a good showing in for Simply Race, it makes us quite proud.
Yeah, well, onwards and upwards to the next round. Have you anything Alex wants to add?
No, just well done, Steve. I think you had both mine and Steve's hearts on our mouths the moment. Well done to both you and Aaron to keep it on the road, and especially when we know that the 991 is a bit of a pig in the wet, but when it comes good in the dry, you can really sort of start motoring forward, and that's exactly what you guys did. So well done.
Thank you very much, buddy. Cheers.
Okay, next up, we'll speak to our second place finishers. And making his Assetto Corsa Competizione debut and pulling off the move of the evening, Fabian Piffet. Charlie, great strategy from you guys. Obviously, Coach Dave Academy got away very, very early in proceedings, but the amount of work that you and Fabian have put behind the wheel in order to get your car up to speed really proved dividends. And I think, if I remember correctly, you said it was 3 1,000ths deciding the fastest lap of the race, which means you get a point as well for your efforts on that.
I mean, Fabian done his bit and he's just absolutely destroyed it. We went with a wet preset but with dry aero, and that paid off a lot at the end closing stages. At the start it was quite close with the top 4 within like 1 second of each other.
Yeah, and Fabian, Well, firstly, welcome to Assetto Corsa Competition. People talking, myself and Steve, when you that move on Shamatinsky going around the outside of the first corner. Just tell us what was going through your mind when you both were side by until you managed to go up the inside of him eventually.
A bit of fear, I guess, because it's always tricky to go too wide in the S's in that sector. So yeah, I knew I just had to go for it because when I catched him up, I noticed he was pretty weak on the brakes. Most of the braking points on that track are quite difficult to overtake because we are turning at the same time. So yeah, I thought I could try something on turn 1. I wanted to go to the inside, but he chose the inside line, so I thought I can try, and if that doesn't work, I still have the possibility to use the overrun on the inside. So I just wanted to try it, and actually kudos to him because he gave me some respect, he gave me space, I gave him space. So everything worked correctly, and in the end I could just make the move stick.
Yeah. Steve, have you got anything to ask these guys? Because a great performance from Team 4.
I don't think I've got any questions. I think it's just well done to both of you, because I mean, you know, Charlie, you put in the difficult stint at the beginning when it was really, really wet, but you showed great control, great discipline to have a really good stint and keep the car competitive, but not only competitive, keep it up at the front end. And then when you handed over to Fabian, I mean, yeah, that move that Alex just talked about there, mate. I mean, Fabian, while you would... It's a good job I can hold my breath for a while because I held it the whole time you were on the outside, then when you were on the inside, and like you say, great racing respect from both of you to each other. You gave each other room, and that just made for the move of the night. Absolutely well done. Awesome driving from both of you, and onwards and upwards to the next round. So hopefully, you know, maybe do you think you can take it one step further for the next round, Fabian, and maybe go for the top step of the podium next time?
I don't know. We didn't really try to go for that second place at first on that race. We wanted just to have a clean race and rank just as best as possible. But we didn't necessarily expect to be second. So on Spa, we don't know what we can do. We'll see, depending on our training and the weather. Maybe something can happen, but we know that the car is still pretty decent on Spa, so we hope to do a good performance again. Yeah.
Well, I think just left to say is well done, isn't it, Alex? And a fantastic second place for you guys. And like I said, well driven, and onwards to Spa, get some practice in, and maybe, you know, at least get back on the podium again. If not, go for the top spot, boys.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well done, Charlie. Well done, Fabian.
Thank you.
At the next one. Now we're going to speak to our race round 1 victors from Coach Dave Academy, the duo of Joe McCauley and James Parker. Guys, Joe, I'll go to you first. Congratulations on comfortably winning that race, but just tell us from a strategy point of view, because you guys started to scarper away a bit into the distance and you kept it rather dominant all the way through the race, especially when James was sort of taking it through breaking the back of the race itself during the wet weather conditions. How were things for you initially with all that spray and everything going on?
I think Joe's not on push to talk.
Okay. Well, James, congratulations, Joe. Joe's having a bit of connection issues. It looks like we've got Joe with us, so we'll start with Joe first. Joe, congratulations! Great final stint, great opening stint there as well, but not easy in the monsoon-like conditions when we started racing for 2.5 hours here in Japan, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's definitely challenging, especially trying to overtake and fight with other AMGs at the start. But BMW is quite nice to drive in the wet, so it gave us a bit of confidence, and we just went from the undercut to try and get the track position, and it seemed to work.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, buddy. James, you really had to manhandle that BMW. Planted, then a lot of the cars, like say the Porsches, getting a bit tail happy, especially with Steve Haley from Simply Race. A perfect example. He'll put the power down, and obviously the BMW having the majority of its weight on the front end, that helps in terms of stability. But from your perspective, the BMW seemed like a really sensible choice, and with the wet weather conditions, you sort of picked up where Joe stepped off after his first stint, and you really put the work rate in.
Yeah, so in the dry, the Mercs obviously are very fast. And even in the wet down the straights, with the way the BOP is, they leave almost anything for dead. So the first stint was basically, if we can overtake, we will. But quickly, Joe kind of got clogged up and couldn't really stretch away that we wanted to. So we're just monitoring the gap and how the pace steadily dropped off. And I'm surprised no one behind us did the undercut like we did. It got to the point where we were losing so much time. I just said to Joe, let's just go in early, put some new tyres on, because I think we'd built up a nice enough gap there to drop me into clean air. And yeah, it was just about pumping in the laps, just, bringing the wets in quite carefully because the track was starting to dry quite rapidly in the middle part of the race, so they were starting to overheat. So I didn't want to blister them too early. And yeah, Joe was just giving me the gaps and the lap times. So the guys that overcut us basically or went very deep into the first stint, I knew I was kind of 2-3 seconds a lap quicker on the new tyres. So, and it worked out well. We had a bit of a weird pit stop glitch halfway through where I actually didn't mean to do the second stint. It didn't swap into Joe for some weird reason. So that second stint actually wasn't meant for me. But it kind of worked out well because I knew the conditions. Just put on a new set of wets and just went as deep into the race as we physically could before the switch to dries. And obviously then Joe could just do mega laps on the dry tyres on perfect PSIs, perfect pressures to the end. Where I think some of the earlier Mercs that went on to went on to dries earlier when it was still a little bit damp and wet, they grained them up, and by the end they obviously weren't as fast. So yeah, it was perfect race all round, to be honest. Very happy.
And obviously looking ahead to we head to Spa-Francorchamps, track that has its fair share, but also technical sections. But the BMW could be very well suited to that. We know that the Mercedes does have the edge in sort of top end. Without giving too much away, Spa's going to be a completely different proposition altogether, depending on the wet weather conditions if they do decide to surface, because we know that Spa, a bit like other tracks around the globe, does have its own microclimate.
You can answer that, Joe? Or
what? Sorry.
What?
Cut out for a second there. I didn't hear you finish.
No,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Joe has. I mean, to be fair, we've got a very good setup for Spa, and it's one of the BMW's strongest tracks, thankfully. So I think we'll be strong. I mean, if it rains again, it looks like we've got quite a good car in the wet. As you say, it's like its own little microclimate Spa. So if there's unpredictable weather on the horizon, like it was today, I think we'll be strong in all conditions. But ironically, at Spa, the BMW is one of the fastest cars in a straight line, so that will kind of help us in sectors 1 and 3. So we'll see what happens. Joe's probably slightly quicker at Spa than I am in the dry.
Most places.
Oh, here we go.
Look, stop arguing between yourselves, guys.
So yeah, I mean, we're a very strong pairing, and the car's good, and obviously we knew it was going to be tough. The Mercs, this championship has basically catered to the Merc. Monza, Bathurst, Suzuka, Spa, they're all extremely strong Merc tracks. So we've got to be a bit inventive, a bit like tonight, to jump them all. And yeah, we'll just see where we come out. I mean, you just got to be consistent in this championship as well. So if you haven't got the pace to the win, at least get a podium each round, you know, or a top 5. You just can't afford any bad races, really. So,
anything else you want to ask, Steve?
No, I just want to apologise. Just when they made that first pit stop early, I questioned it because I appreciate what you were trying to do, but it did drop you back into traffic. Really, you were down in sort of 17th place, and you were only 3.1 seconds off the guy in front, and you did catch up to a few, and you had to do some overtaking. But that is credit to your driving ability and skill, because you managed to sort of cut through some traffic fairly quickly, where some people may have struggled, and that may have scuppered your plans. And I think that maybe why some of the other guys didn't follow you on that move, because I think you were being very modest there, that it was exactly the right thing to do for you, but probably not the right thing to do for some of the other guys, because like I say, it wasn't exactly clean air. You were back down in 17th, and you were in amongst a few other cars. But yeah, really well done, guys, and I won't question anything you do ever again.
I wouldn't say that. But no, I mean, on the new tyres, yeah, that's the benefit. When you're dropping yourself into traffic, if you know you've got 2 or 3 seconds in your pocket in raw lap time, just generally through traction zones when people are running around on really old wets, it does make passing a lot easier. So it was a bit of a calculated gamble, but I think we had that in our pocket, and it paid off. You know, sometimes you got to be bold. We weren't going to overtake them on track otherwise, and they were just costing us lots of time, the top guys, the top 3.
Yeah.
So it was just worth it to roll the dice, and happy it paid off.
Yeah, well, like I say, well done, guys, and lights out to Checkered Flag. You didn't see any mistakes, so a well-deserved win, and I'm looking forward to a good race at Spa and a good 4-round championship to see if you can take it all the way to win the championship at the end of the season. So yeah, well done.
No worries, guys. Thanks very much for hosting.
No problem.
No problem at all. So, James Parker and Joe McCauley, Coach Dave Academy, and I think we've got time for one more interview. We're going to bring the 2 guys from Simply Race Sancho Simsport in. Steve, I'm going to leave this one with you, buddy, because I think there's a couple of questions I think you want to ask them.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just unmuting Ross's mic. Hopefully he's on push to talk so he can have a chat with us. But I know I can see John is ready to go. So John, well done, boys. I say a reasonable race, but am I right in saying you could have finished a lot higher up if you hadn't have had to do an extra pit stop?
I think that's probably about right. We decided to go for a different strategy to everyone else, so we went incredibly heavy on the fuel for the first stint, thinking that would open up our options depending on when it would dry, and it was actually looking really, really good, because we'd stayed out long enough where I'd used up almost all my stint timer, and then Ross could just get in and pit whenever it's tires and stuff, and our pace wasn't that bad. There was only a few cars quicker than us, but we actually came unstuck because of a bit of a visual glitch. So when I was driving and I had Parker coming up quickly behind me doing 207s, Ross's screen told us that Parker was on slicks and everyone else was on wets. So we thought, oh, he's changed over to slicks and that's where he's finding the time. So I then pulled into the pits, we pulled in within the next lap to put dries on, and then his screen flicked back and said he was on wets again. So and the thing is, I hadn't made it to the 10 minutes remaining on my timer, so it just meant that we basically screwed everything up. So Ross went out on slick tires when it was still wet, and then had to come straight back in and put wets on. So then we only had one stop still to make, but the problem we were on wet, the track was drying, and I still had to do another 10-minute stint at the end. So yeah, basically, we were never going to have the best pace in the Bentley at Suzuka. It's not a good car for here, but we definitely, looking at the amount of time we lost, we probably would have been about 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I had you down for a very strong top 6, so yeah, like say 4th, 5th place, somewhere around there.
Fair play to the guys at the top, like they were flying, and we definitely, I'm almost certain we wouldn't have been on the podium, but I know that we would have at least been, minimum 5th. So it's disappointing, but we had a lot of fun, and at the end of the day, we played it different, and it didn't work at the end of the day.
Well, one thing you did do, that was keep Alex very, very busy trying to work out stint times as we were trying to work out what your strategy was when all that happened, because it did confuse us a little bit, and I was saying to Alex, I'm not really sure why they've done that. I can't
couldn't get my head around the logic of it, but obviously you've just explained that there was no logic to it, and it was a glitch, it was a mistake, and
yeah. If we'd have stuck to our plan, we would have been fine. That's the thing. It's just one of those things because we kind of made a freak decision based on a graphics error, basically. And yeah, that totally threw us off. But without that, I think our plan did make sense. In hindsight, it wasn't the best plan, but it gave us more of an opportunity to do things differently when the weather was changing. So I think we were on the right plan, but it just
you were
wrong.
Yeah, definitely. From where we were sitting and watching the times, and I said it on the stream, so I can back my words up with evidence. I said that you guys are actually making up enough time on your lap times. You're definitely going to undercut the guys you were battling with originally as sort of 7th, 6th place. You were definitely going to, when you did do your pit stop, you would come out in front of those, and you, like we say, you'd have been a comfortable top 6 finish.
Yeah, but we were like monitoring that like all the way through. So even at the time, we knew we were kind of quicker than the guys we were battling, but we still made that kind of mad call based on that graphic. And yeah, we know never to do that again. So
yeah, well, if I just ask you, Ross, obviously, you know, this is the first, shall we say, league driver swap Simsport race, as it were. How did you find it? You know, the other guys you raced with. I mean, from where we were sitting, it all looked really, really mega, absolutely awesome racing in all conditions, because they were very difficult conditions at the start of the race for John, weren't they? I mean, how was the experience for you as a whole race? Did you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it was good. I certainly wasn't jealous of John going out in the wet in the changing conditions. I was quite happy for him to do that as long as he wanted. But then, obviously, when I switched over to slicks on a wet track, it was really difficult. We just had to change again. But yeah, everyone was kind of well behaved. There was no kind of incidents on our side, as far as I'm aware. And yeah, it kind of ran smoothly, apart from the pit stop madness.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know potentially you boys might not be able to make all 4 rounds of this championship, but will you be at Spa in 2 weeks?
Yes, we definitely will.
Yeah, I wasn't going to be because I had a race weekend on that, but because of obviously the situation with the lockdown in England, it's been postponed to mid-December. So there might be one at the end of the season. I need to wait and see. But thankfully, the one benefit it does have is it means that I'll be available for Spa. So it's my birthday as well. So racing around Spa on a birthday is not a bad way to spend it.
He's 45 years old.
Yeah, we'll remember to have some graphics for the stream as well for that one then, John.
Oh, totally. Sorry, I just realised I'm not available on that day.
We'll still have graphics for the stream now.
well, at least the main thing is, Mr. At least your age will match your race number.
Well, you've done your research, Alex.
Wow.
And you've saved me from Ross's humour there.
Yeah, well, I think at the end of the day, I thought that was a bit harsh.
Coming from Ross, it's hilarious because obviously.
Well, it always is when it comes from.
Yeah, especially at his age. You know, I understand why you try and make that joke, but he's not going to get away with anything at his age.
Well, considering the fact is that I'm 2 years old.
You'll need to speak up, John. I can't hear you.
Brilliant, just what we need, a bit of Scottish banter in the. But John, Ross, really good to have you with us. I know it wasn't the best of circumstances, but we know that we all know that you guys drove your hearts out there, and well done for still getting a top 10 finish after what was a very, very difficult race here at Suzuka. And yeah, all the very best of luck for when we see you next.
Thanks, guys.
Alex.
Yeah, cheers, boys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
No worries.
Right, well, that really rounds out things here for the first of 4 rounds of the Simsport Racing ACC GT3 Driver Swap season after we had every single bit of weather conditions, rain that's then dissipated, then we got a really fast track, Steve. But hands on heart, Coach Dave Academy doing a fantastic job, winning by well over at least half a minute. I think probably 40 seconds plus at the end of it all. A good drive by both Charlie Crossan and Fabien Piffet as well. And Fabien's first ever time on ACC. He really brought up a big talking point, and I don't think Coach Dave Academy will have it all their own way this season.
No, I think we're set for some good races going forward, not just at the front, throughout the field. I've said it many times tonight, and I want to keep saying it. Some fantastic driving standards from everybody involved tonight, some great sportsmanship, some good battles, some hard races, but most importantly, pretty much clean and fair throughout the field from what we've seen on the stream. So yeah, well done to everybody. Thanks very much to Mike Yao for the fantastic, outstanding camera work throughout, and we all know which bit I'm talking about in particular. But yeah, absolutely awesome. It's things like that come together on the stream that make it so enjoyable as ever, because you get the interaction with everybody, and the viewers all watching obviously love that as well. And it's just been a fantastic event this evening, and the best bit is there's 3 more to come.
Yep, so in 2 weeks' time we head to the Ardennes Forest to Spa-Francorchamps, just over 7 kilometres, where we will have probably over 30 GT3 cars, over 60 drivers, 2 per car, another 2.5-hour race on November the 22nd. Coverage here on all the relevant bits and pieces, all the relevant Twitch, YouTube channels, Facebook groups, Facebook pages, and also on the Simsport Racing YouTube channel and Twitch side of things. Don't forget, if you are watching via various YouTube channels, don't forget to give us a thumbs up for this stream. Also, don't forget to hit the subscribe and the subscribe button and the notification bell to tell you when the next Simsport Racing event is about to go live. So in 2 weeks' time, we head to Spa-Francorchamps, but we return to the Mide Prefecture here in Japan for the second round of ACC GT4 Season 3. And at the moment, it looks to be a Simply Race banzai at the front of the field after the opening round at Monza. And we will see you at 8 o'clock next Wednesday here on Simsport Racing. Head to simsport-racing.com to join our ever-expanding community. Steve, it's been a fantastic evening, buddy. Once again, a big thank you, as always, for your fantastic insight here on the place to race here at Simsport Racing. And I'm seriously looking forward to GT4s roaring around here once again this coming Wednesday evening.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. And again, pleasure to work with you as well, buddy, as well as Mike on the cameras. And fantastic team. We make a great team, and it's a pleasure as always.
Well, in the words of Hannibal Smith from the A-Team, I love it when a plan comes together, and that definitely happened tonight. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching us here on Simsport Racing. We'll see you Wednesday evening, 8 p.m. UK time, for the second round out of 6 for ACC GT4 Season 3 with a top 15 reverse grid. It's going to be a barnstormer. You don't want to miss it. Above all, thank you for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you very soon. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.